So then I got we're on.
Mics are live.
Yep, we got it. So then I had to, get AAA to come
Miss
get the
Holloway on?
car. And then
I don't
Janice
see
came
her.
and got me, and
Okay.
then we came back
Wait a
here, and
minute.
then Firestone called and said it was already ready.
No,
So
I
I
don't
went and
see
picked it up. It was all full. I was like,
Got it.
Well, that's all right. We'll just get her in closed
bye, Molly.
session.
Look at her, she
All
can
right.
see you.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you.
Oh, no.
Gosh.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for
sorry.
coming to tonight's city council meeting. Ms. Best, will you please do roll call?
Well, it's a good thing somebody showed up.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway, Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton, you have 4, you have a quorum.
Okay. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved. I can't
Do you want to make
that.
the
I know, I can't do that.
moved, you want me,
I'll
Yeah,
do
go
it.
ahead and read
I'll
it.
do it.
Oh,
move to enter into a closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-371 or 11A1 to discuss the terms of employment of a council appointee, city clerk, and appointments to various boards and commissions pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A3 to discuss the disposition of publicly held real property where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the city. And pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6 to discuss the investment of public funds where competition or bargaining is involved, and initial public discussion would adversely affect the city's financial interest.
there. All right. Motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Best, roll call, please.
Councilor Pelham,
Yeah.
Councilor Randolph,
Here, yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Denton.
Yes.
Motion to move into close passes 4-0.
All right.
Excuse me,
Oh.
Madam Clerk,
Oh.
I'm present. Holloway,
Thank you,
Council
Council.
Holloway's present.
Thank you, Councilor Holloway. I did not see you come in. I apologize. So I now have recorded your vote.
Thank you.
Okay, they're moving into close now. Mics are muted.
Here's a first for everybody.
Meeting Counselor
And
Holloway.
if you're gonna have it, it's gonna be.
We're getting ready to start the meeting, and I'm gonna do roll call in just a
We're
minute.
coming out of closed session.
Coming out of closed. You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right, motion to come out of closed.
So moved.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Roll call.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yeah.
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
And just in case, Counselor Gore, are you on? Okay. Motion to come out of closed passes 6-0.
Certification.
Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D. No public business matters were discussed in closed session as council adjourned the closed session before taking up the matters indicated and
To address necessary.
to address necessary open session matters.
So move,
Roll call.
Counselor Pelham,
yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Is that Counselor Gore?
Yeah, but she.
Okay. Motion passes.
According to our rules, at this time, we will ask the clerk to do the appropriate questions for council members who are online and calling in.
Okay. Counselor Holloway? Counselor Holloway?
Repeat, I can't hear, repeat, please.
Yes, ma'am. Could you please state for the record your reason for not being able to attend in person this evening?
Medical.
Thank you. Council members, can you vote as to whether or not you approve for Counselor Holloway to join the meeting virtually?
Mayor, we need to.
Counselor Pelham?
Excuse me.
We
One
need a
of the
motion.
members needs to make a motion to
Oh,
approve.
okay.
I move that we,
Holloway's request.
I
Okay.
move that we approve Ms. Holloway's request to attend this meeting virtually.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Randolph, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. Roll call.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Motion passes for Counselor Holloway to join the meeting virtually.
I'd like
Is
to
there
make a
mo-
motion, we go into closed session.
Second. Motion to go into closed session made by,
I have to make the whole motion.
I'm sorry, you have to state the entire closed session.
Oh,
go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I was getting ready to do, sorry. Suggestions motion is that we move to enter into closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1 to discuss the terms of employment of a council appointee, city clerk, and appointments to various boards and commissions pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A3 to discuss the disposition of a publicly held real property where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the city, and pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6 to discuss the investment of public funds where competition or bargaining is involved and initial public discussion would adversely affect the city's financial interest.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Randolph, seconded by Counselor Pelham. No discussion, roll call.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 to go into closed.
Council Ford, you're done.
Oh, I'm sorry, Counselor Gore, I thought you went in the back. Counselor Pelham?
Let me see if the phone. hooked up back here.
Treat yourself before I eat them all.
I know what it is. What it is. This goes with the public hearing. Mr. Herman didn't do it until, give it to the schools until this meeting, so it just goes with the public hearing. It's not in your packet, because I didn't have it.
So this is for the public hearing?
Yes. There's other stuff in there for it, but that's the resolution for the school's operating budget that goes with the public hearing information.
Will this go into the minutes?
Yes, yes, it will. And, I've given everybody a copy of it, so. It just didn't get in your packet.
Okay. Sorry, I had to rush in here.
That's all right, you smell good.
Everything work out across the way? Talk to me,
Well, I need more space.
the moose,
The moose,
the moose.
I'll check it out.
They got big,
You're
nice.
right, I did think, you were so correct. I didn't think about that.
It's
I'll
probably
call.
the best space we got.
It's just like, it's a little complicated, trying to walk up the steps or taking the
Yeah.
elevator.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree.
Counselor. Unmute so I can talk to her. That's not her. She said I hear her talking.
Back. Mrs. Holloway needs to be in the back,
That's Holloway.
not out here.
Counselor Holloway, could you please call into the open session meeting, the closed session meeting, excuse me?
Call into the open?
No, you're in the open now. If you could call back into the closed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We don't have anything about this meeting yet, do we? Well, that's fine. Okay. Oh, thank you. And we are live. Counselor Holloway?
She's on.
Okay. Is there a motion to come out of closed meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by
Council Pelham.
Counselor Pelham. Roll call?
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yeah.
Counselor Holloway, Counselor Holloway,
She's on.
She should be dialed back in. I can see her right here. She's muted right now.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway. Motion passes 6-0. Certification. Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D were only public business matters, 1, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Hello?
Counselor Holloway, we're doing certification to come out of closed. Counselor Holloway. Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Certification passes 6-0.
Okay. We usually go into the work session probably prior to starting the regular meeting. However,
I'll have to make a motion,
I'd like to make a motion that we amend our regular meeting agenda to place the citizen comments before the information and presentations, move the work session to after the regular, what's it called? Reports of city manager, and then go back into closed session afterwards.
second.
motion been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. I do not see any lights. Roll call.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Counselor Holloway, Counselor Holloway, Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
No.
Mayor Bennett, you have 4 yes, 2 no, motion passes.
Okay. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Counselor Randolph,
Here.
Counselor Holloway, Counselor Gore,
Here.
Counselor Denton,
Here.
Counselor Pelham.
Present.
6 present. Mayor Bennett, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, we'll have the prayer by Reverend Tucker and the Pledge of Allegiance by Vice Mayor Parton.
Let us pray. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you, dear Lord, for your presence over our city. We pray, Lord, that you will bless our police, our fire department, our teachers, our emergency services. And Lord, we pray you will give wisdom to our city council members so that they may execute the duties of their office. And thank you, Father, for the goodness of the Lord as you dwell with us in our city. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're going to move to communications from,
He's coming. Excuse me.
is there a motion to amend the consent agenda?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
I do not see any lights. Roll call.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passes to adopt the consent agenda 7-0.
All right, moving on to information.
No, communications from citizens.
Communications from citizens. Starting with Miss Emily DiCarlo,
You want me to read the language
when
first?
when she steps up to the podium, please.
Sure.
Good afternoon, good evening. Councilor Janice Denton, Councilor Jasmine Gore, Mayor Patience A. Bennett, Councilman John Parton, Councilor Debbie Randolph, City Manager John Altman, City Attorney, Councilor Mayor Powell.
Madam DiCarlo,
Yes.
we're going to read the rules for,
Okay.
okay?
Sure.
A communication from citizens, period, limited in total time to 30 minutes, is part of the order of business at each regular council meeting. All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration at the regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Any question must be asked through the mayor only, and there shall be no discussion without permission of the mayor. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removal subject to approval of a majority of council.
Thank you. I came this evening again to request that as the governing body of the city of Hopewell, referred to as city council, that you would vote to see that the police department fully cooperate with the Commonwealth Attorney assigned to the investigation of the officer who shot Angel DiCarlo on December 18, 2018. Please allow me to give you a brief synopsis again of Angel's story, because I don't want it to be forgotten. There is a sense of apathy, as if it never happened, but I want it to be remembered. And when you go home tonight, think of her too. When you go home to your families, think of her and me, because I will never have her again. And it's just too quiet for me. I think about her every day. Do I make it? With God as my help, I do. I refuse to die. I have lost her, but I will be her voice. Police in Hopewell have not been candid about what really happened to Angel on December 18, 2018. Supposedly, she fit the description of someone who robbed a store in Hopewell. There have been many conflicting stories relative to this incident. Initially, when questioned by citizens in this small town, the store owner said that there was no actual robbery. Then the story changed, and allegedly $100 was requested by the alleged robber. The $100 is not registered in the book in the office where recovered money would be recorded, however. When Angel was shot by the police officer, she was not even near the store. The tapes that they did not show to the public revealed the officer opening the passenger side of an unmarked vehicle, yelling, "Stop, stop, stop." Then he shoots. Other tapes show two other policemen following this barely 100-pound girl being followed on foot by two other officers. They did not have their guns out, and Angel was not pointing a gun at them, as the tapes show. It's the officer who shot and killed her claim. Angel was shot down in cold blood and left bleeding in the street for more than 5 hours until a coroner came and pronounced her dead. No ambulance was called for her that day. Maybe she could have been saved, but evidently no one cared and no one intervened. But I care, and I will keep asking this question if I have to for the rest of my life until somebody hears it. The policeman who shot Angel had already killed 2 people before shooting her. Angel is his 3rd victim. Perhaps if he had not gotten a medal for shooting the 2nd victim, he may not have felt empowered to kill her. This story is heartbreaking. Yeah, I have to live through it. It shouldn't have happened. Angel DiCarlo was portrayed as a criminal with a long history with the police, when in actuality she was just a frightened young girl who had the misfortune of being approached by the wrong police officers the fatal day that she was mercilessly and unjustly shot down like an animal in the street by one of them. On the day of the incident, the officer was allowed to remain at the scene. He was not taken away, as is protocol when an officer shoots someone. He was walking around the whole time. Her tiny bleeding body lay on the ground. I asked why, and was told by one of the officers that they were looking for the gun. This is strange, because the officer who shot Angel said she pointed the gun at him. This whole story is a shameless testament of police brutality and unwarranted force. The policeman who shot Angel played judge, juror, and executioner that day. It was a clear case of the violation of Angel's civil rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Is America no longer the land of the free and the brave and innocent until proven guilty in a court of law? As I stated before, I request that as the governing body of the city of Hopewell, Virginia, referred to as city council, that you vote to see that the police department fully cooperate with the Commonwealth attorney assigned to the investigation of the officer who shot Angel. Thank you for listening. I appreciate you writing a letter to the Commonwealth attorney. But like I said, it's just too quiet for me. Even if somebody else's child had been shot down in the street, like Angel was, with the evidence that I have the medical records. She wasn't even shot where you said. I don't understand it. Why isn't somebody outraged? I just can't understand it. This is my city where I was born. I don't understand. It's going on 4 years. What in the world? Do you not care? Is it just because it's not your child? I'm going to keep asking that question over and over because we're supposed to be God-fearing people who have understanding, empathy. I don't understand, and maybe I never ever will. But you know what? I'm going to keep asking the question. Thank you for listening.
Is it Donna Lott?
Ms. Lott, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Bennett, Vice Mayor Parton, the council. I do reside in Hopewell. I am here on behalf, as far as I know, that you'll be voting shortly as far as for the infrastructure. And I have provided pictures for you as far as the most current, but at this time, let me first thank following people who I've been advocating for since I reside in this area where I currently live for 7 years. There's been people that's been living there for over 30 years. And to this point, we've come to the point where, again, I would like to thank the following people at this time: the current stormwater manager, Mr. Stephen Edwards, the code enforcement, Ms. Taylor Griffin, and the city manager, Mr. Alderman, who has temporarily provided provisions as far as for the infrastructure in my area. As I must stress, temporary. As you can see from the pictures, and like I said, I have been advocating. I went through the chain of command through the city of Hopewell. I've been advocating for a while. There is a serious concern that needs to be addressed to the infrastructure, current infrastructure that's being stressed in some of the housing areas. I know federal government has allotted $10 million to the city of Hopewell, and I'm hoping that you'll consider some of these funds to be directed towards the stressed infrastructure in this city. When I have to assist certain seniors and maybe pick them up to take them to a doctor's appointment where I have to pull up to their doorway or on their yard because it is dangerous for them to step out in a flooded and stressed area, this needs to be really concerned. Like I said, I think recently where I've talked to and I've spoken to the city manager and went through the chain of command. Vice Mayor Johnny Parton has come in, been far as the most recent, as far as, and like I said.
Ma'am, can
Yes.
you tell me what your address is? Sorry to interrupt you.
she's in.
You have to say it.
I'm in Councilor Janice Denton, Ward 5.
Yeah, what
Can you
is your-
hear me? I'm sorry, I should have removed that.
What's
I
your
apologize.
street address, ma'am?
Really?
Just not required to do that.
Oh, you know it? So you guys been dealing with it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so
Yes,
sorry,
so
I didn't
yeah,
know
so
they
everybody
knew
has
about
to-
this, okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, probably not give my address, but the area. Like I said, I've resided there for over 7 years and been advocating and went through. I know I'm reiterating and repeating as far as the importance of addressing the stress infrastructure. And if we are, as we are growing and trying to get potential home buyers to come into this great city, we need to address where people have been residing for a while. And not only my area, other areas have reached out to me, for example, for Reverend Curtis Harris Avenue and Ruth Harris Way. They had, and they've been told as far as take pictures in other areas. I am currently advocating right now for my area to take care of Home First. Again, temporary provisions have been put in place. Please consider as far as some of the funds that has been allotted from the federal government to be placed and as far as utilized for the infrastructure that, so that the city manager and the current stormwater manager could address some of these seasoned concerns. Thank you for your time. And like I said, I do have further pictures for 7 years I can provide you if you'd like. Thank you. Have a pleasant evening.
Thank you, Ms. Lott. Robert Brown.
No, no, y'all are under presentations. Yeah, y'all don't, not now. They're doing the Hometown Heroes program presentation.
Michelle Jones. No? Oh, that's the same thing. Okay. Well, moving on. Going to information and presentations, and we're going to start off with Miss Eliza Lamb.
Hey, hello everybody. My name is Dr. Liza Lamb, and I am the Executive Director and co-founder of the Lamb Center for Arts and Healing. Lamb Arts was founded here in Hopewell in 2016. I grew up here in the Tri-Cities and moved back at that time due to a calling to just see if I could do something to help my hometown. Lamb Arts currently serves over 6,000 of our community members per year through accessible, high-quality arts programming and mind, body, spirit healing opportunities. I wanted to take you through just a little taste of what we've been up to tonight. So there's some pictures up here. If I don't know if you guys can really see them, but they're great if you can't. Oh, you can?
Yeah,
okay.
we got a monitor right here.
All right, great. So one of the ways that we're doing this, one of the ways that we're serving these 6,000 community members is through partnership classes and workshops. So we believe that we're better together. So Lamb Arts does all of our programming in partnership with other organizations in our community, whether it's the local schools, rec and parks, local nursing homes, or our redevelopment and housing authority. We work across the lifespan, so we're working with community members of all ages. And these are some photographs of just some of our programming. This is at Stories After School program, the Hopewell Library, and our local nursing homes. Another way that we are serving the community is through public art initiatives. My background as a museum curator, I think it's really important to bring positive reflections of our community by local artists. So that's what we are aiming to do. So you guys may have seen during quarantine that I knew I couldn't bring the whole community downtown for an exhibition, so I decided to bring the exhibition to the community. So we started this initiative called the Billboard Project, where we had 7 local artists who displayed a positive reflection of Hopewell throughout the community. We also have an initiative right now called the Button Project. You may have seen it at the Breezing convenience stores, and it'll be at different locations across the community coming up. And that also features local artists, as well as a bio of them and a positive affirmation. In 2019, we launched the Hopewell Arts Fest. So with the Hopewell Arts Fest, our goal was just to bring awesome, world-class arts right here to downtown Hopewell. So we partnered with the VMFA. We brought in artists from all over the country. We've brought in world-renowned authors. You can see here a photograph of the author of the most recent Harley Quinn series. And we partner with arts organizations from across the states to come and bring free arts programming to our community. This is a pretty fun program, and you can see here in the photograph where the kids and the community members are painting, that's actually the mural that's right across the street here, Hopewell Proud. So that was painted by our community at the Arts Fest. And then this is the artist, Austin Miles. Her mom is from Hopewell. She grew up coming here, and she is just blowing up on the Virginia art scene. She has exhibitions in museums across the state and here in Hopewell. So that's pretty exciting, I think, for us, and I'm really proud that it's right across the street where so many people get to see it. Another thing that's been really important to me personally is our emergency response. So when COVID sent all of our students indoors, we took action. So we worked to assemble kits. I put a call out to artists, educators, and therapists across the country to submit prompts. We created a social distancing workbook for our students. We provided all the necessary art materials, as well as a KN95 face mask, soap, and toilet paper. We provided these to all of the students receiving free lunch in Hopewell during quarantine. Additionally, we've created similar kits for the refugees coming through Fort Lee and for our local nursing homes. And these kits are often made possible by our amazing Creative Changemaker Teen Program. So this is a teen leadership program focused on community change through creative action. These kids work on problem-solving skills, professional development, community pride, and ownership in the revitalization of our own downtown. This is a nomination-based program through our school system. Partnerships with the schools are really important to us. I'm an educator myself. Prior to moving back to Hopewell, I was a professor of teachers. I taught teachers how to use the arts in their classrooms to reach all learners. So we, as Lamb Arts, focus on that as well. We offer free teacher training to the Hopewell City Public Schools. We offer support in whatever ways really the teachers reach out to us, whether it's workshops or if they need materials. We help provide kits to the elementary school students when they needed them. We provided art workshops with all of the Hopewell City Public Schools this year and had an exhibition of student work at the Hopewell Arts Fest that I know many of you saw. Thank you for coming to that. And this work is being recognized. It's being acknowledged, which is really exciting and touching for us. So the school board recently gave us a special recognition for our partnerships with them. Our Changemakers were just honored at the House of Delegates, where there's an exhibition of student work. Over 50 students have work up right now at the House of Delegates in Richmond, which is pretty exciting. And we're getting press. We're creating positive press for Hopewell, which I'm pretty endlessly excited about. But beyond that, we're also getting national recognition. So if you're in the Richmond airport through August, you're gonna see photographs of Hopewell up. So photographs ranging from 2015 to 2013 are currently on display with the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts. Additionally, this is pretty cool. The largest art and design school in the country and one of the most reputable have reached out to me since January saying, we are hearing about what you are doing in Hopewell, and we want you to talk to our students. We want you to train our students on what is happening in Hopewell. This is in Atlanta, Georgia, and New York City. So that's pretty exciting to me as a art school dork, so. And another exciting thing we have happening, we're coming downtown. It's really important to us that we have a physical presence in downtown Hopewell. This has been a long time coming as a little nonprofit, and the little nonprofit that could. And hopefully you guys have seen our new windows, and it's just gonna keep looking better and better. So this is gonna be a community space for all in the center of downtown Hopewell, which I am just thrilled about. I know time is short, so I just wanted to take a minute and introduce you all to some of my creative change makers here. They recently wrote a collaborative poem. Mykesha Piggy, one of our Hopewell High School students, led the poem, and each of our creative change makers contributed to it. So guys, if you don't mind standing up, and you can come up and read your pieces.
Inspiration, care, communication, hope.
These are the foundations of the creative change makers.
Each member is unique to this group, and this is what each member has to say about it.
I am a better version of myself.
Lamb Arts has opened many doors and given me many opportunities.
It has given me a space to be open and enjoy others' company.
I have been able to make new friends.
It has given us and the community hope and joy.
It has given me a family to be open with.
It has given me opportunities to be open with the way I truly am.
This group makes me feel like I can do more.
Gives me more opportunity to become an active member of my community by volunteering, trying to make a change, and meeting new community leaders.
It's very heartwarming to see so many people from different places getting along.
Lamb Arts has helped me love myself, know my worth, and appreciate life.
With this group, we all are spreading love in the community and watching it prosper.
It makes me feel happy that I'm able to make others happy.
Through Lamb Arts in this group, I have become come to love myself, become more confident, and taken pride in living in Hopewell.
This group has helped me improve mentally.
This group and Lamb Arts has helped me grow as a person, get out my comfort zone, and have more pride in my community.
These quotes may not seem much to others, but as an original change maker who has seen these people grow with me, it means the world.
Amen.
Thank you so much, and I created a little packet for each of you, and the poem is in there as well if you'd like to read it.
Thank you for
Thanks.
the package.
Thank you, Dr. Lamb, and thank you for, I always love to see the students and the kids. And thank you for, I know it's probably going to be past your bedtime. We've held you here, but you guys are wonderful. Thank you.
I'll let them leave if you don't mind.
Yes. Mr. Brown.
Mayor Bennett, Council, I'm not Mr. Brown. Mr. Harless, I'm at 512 Central Terrace in Hopewell. Several years ago, you approved a banner program for the city with Hometown Heroes. And the Legion, actually, this was Mr. Brown's idea to bring it to the city. And working with neighborhood development, we're able to get that done. With COVID and the person that made the banners went out of business, Mr. Brown took it upon himself to run down other vendors. We worked with Ms. Griffin, and I think he has a great option for you to bring forward. And I wanted you to know that he has done this by himself. So with that, Mr. Brown.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to be here. Nice to see you all again after about 2.5 years since we were here again. Dave kind of stole my thunder on my first slide, so we'll just run through that real quick. The people who designed the original sets, I don't know whether the COVID got them or they went bankrupt or whatever, but they couldn't supply it anymore. And the other thing that was interesting is that it kind of got set aside just because of the pressure of COVID at that time. So the other thing that happened was that prices were going up, and that caused some real issues. And the process itself on how to apply for this was hard. So what we decided to do was take a look at the whole thing and how could we make it easier, not only for people who wanted to sponsor these kind of banners, but also easier for the city to administer and lower the administrative burden of doing this. I think we've come up with an answer. And in past months, we've identified a vendor by the name of Military Tribute Banners. They're out of Florida. All of the people who work there are veterans, and this is something near and dear to their heart. As you can see in slide number 2, contacted them. They offer a site which we can use, or the city can use, to help support this program. It takes all the admin burden away from the city, and it includes very detailed instructions about what the banners are, how much they cost, how a person pays for them. All that stuff is right there for anybody to access. In talking to them, they talk about how we should advertise this, and they provide support for that too, free of charge, which I think is really great. And some media kits that we might be able to avail ourselves of. Plus the fact that they also will supply flyers, which we can hand out to prospective sponsors for ordering the banners. In checking on their product, which I thought was really important to do, to see what it was, could they produce a banner like the ones that we have, same size, same color, same design, etc. They did a mock-up for me, exactly what we see ourselves, almost a little better. It's thicker vinyl, color is a lot stronger, it weathers a lot better, and it is two-sided, just like our originals. So if you want to take a look at that, I can pass it around, but that's not important. But it's good quality work, value for the money.
Mm-hmm.
The website that they will put up for us is a really fantastic piece, and it's very useful for sponsors and also for the city. It gives an example of the banner. As you can see, it describes it, it tells how it's going to be displayed, it lists a cost, it also tells how they pay, it answers all of their questions, and provides a link where they actually can fill out a form themselves. There's a help capability on there if they want to, and they can also add the photo that they want to appear on the banner itself, all by themselves. Our post, and also the VFW post, have volunteered to assist people if they find this too difficult. If they don't have access to computers, if they find it difficult to fill this out and complete this application, we will be there to help them. We have a number of senior people and family members who can't quite negotiate the internet, and we will help by supporting that. Last but not least, the city decides how to accept payment. This website is very flexible. It can take everything from PayPal to regular credit cards. And of course, if people want to mail in a check or come to the office and pay in cash, that is also an option too. But it is the call of the city as to how this will be paid. Lastly, banners will not be produced, even though all this information is in the hands of the vendor, until the city okays the payment, or okays the fact that the payment has been received. They usually ship the banners in lots of 10. They suggest specifically that we advertise heavily, and it's my recommendation that we do so as soon as possible. Our display period was remain the same as it has been in the past, from Memorial Day through Veterans Day. So our recommendation is that an identified point, or a point of contact be identified, which Ms. Griffin has already done. That we in fact use Military Tribute banners as our vendor of choice, and that the program coordinator work with me to populate that website so that we can get that out there and make it available to people as soon as possible. In discussions with Military Tribute banners today, they told me if we give them the information as soon as possible, they can have that website up and running possibly by the 1st of March. So we have a lot of positive response from them. They're eager to take this job on. It is our idea that we should begin ordering as soon as possible, and the period would close at the 30th of April, and that will be part of the advertisement that we give to them. That's all I have for you today. I request that you approve us moving forward and give a green light for us, and also for Ms. Griffin to go ahead and re-energize this program. I think it's a real good one. We have a lot of positive feedback from people who come downtown during the display period and comment about these banners. I thank you very much for your time. Do you have any questions?
I have one for Counselor Gore.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for bringing the banner. Nice touch. It is actually really nice. So I agree with you. My question is for Director Griffin, just for a point of clarification. So staff is supportive of switching this vendor, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And are you okay with the March, like immediate implementation of switching the vendors? Because the other one's out of business, so he can start doing that. That's fine with your
Yeah,
office?
so I have to have a conversation with IT as far as putting up the website and making sure that our system that we use the credit card with can interface with this system. So I didn't want to do that before you guys gave the approval, but that would be the only thing that I need to do.
Okay, and this is under presentations, but we can still take action on that. So I like to move to support approving the city to use Military Tribute Banners LLC as our vendor for.
Are you okay to hold off? I think Counselor Randolph has a comment. Do you have a comment, or were you making a motion?
I have a question. Are you through?
She said
No, she said to hold off until you ask your question.
The presentation showed two different pricings. There was one in the beginning that said that it was, the new vendor was $90 to $95, but on the last page of the presentation, it says $200.
That's just an
See,
example, ma'am.
just want to make sure, sponsorship
Okay.
rate. I want to make sure what we're looking at.
It would be under $100.
That's fine. The question that I had is, the city's not making money on this. So
No,
why
it's-
are we going to dictate how the person should pay? What is the connectivity? We're approving the banner and,
They have to come to the development office in order to make the payment if they choose not to pay via the website with the credit card. So if somebody wants to bring in a check, we then have to make that deposit and pay the vendor, which is what we did before. There was no credit card that was offered. They either gave us cash or a check for the banner, and we then sent off that money to the design company.
why would we put ourselves in the middle of the payment structure if it's gonna cost us, we're not getting anything, which I don't think we should. I think this is an awesome idea, but to put ourselves in the middle of this doesn't seem to make sense when they offer so many options online to have the payments. Yeah.
If I may.
Yes, sir.
The original program, the only way you could pay for it was literally to go to neighborhood and pay for it. This program offers more options. You can go online. There will be no cost to the city.
Right.
It just gives them an option other than having a check or cash. They can use PayPal or a credit card, and the payment will be made to the city those ways.
But that is a cost. If we're acting as a pass-through, then staff has a cost or overhead to take those payments. They're doing it through an employee who gets paid by the city. You understand what I'm saying?
I do, but the
When
only
it-
way the vendor is gonna do it is if the city pays for it.
Okay, so the
they-
vendor has indicated that they
Right.
will not do it directly.
That's correct.
Okay, sorry, I didn't
No,
catch that.
that's fine.
Okay.
And a lot of this is used by people that are elderly, and so going online and doing, putting their credit card in online does not work for them. So I think we will get more people using it, but there's gonna be a significant number of people that will still rather come in. And the truth is, we were taking the time to do it before, and it will be fine with staff if we continue to do that. The contact person, we've already, put in our office, Ms. Kinker will be handling it.
Just trying to get us to work smarter. Thank you.
Madam
Counselor?
Mayor, oh,
Yes, ma'am.
if it's my turn,
Yes, ma'am.
the sponsorship is the two VFW and American Legion. Would it be,
Who buys the banner?
or say again?
It's whoever purchases the banner.
Okay, this is an example.
Yes, that's an.
Okay,
mhm.
so I'm wondering if, so your emblem won't be on everyone's banner?
Our emblems on everyone, because we're sponsoring the program, but we're not sponsoring the individual band.
Okay, so is there any problem with the city having their emblem in between, between your, two emblem and sponsorships?
No, Ms. Fallon, originally when it came up and we brought it here,
Mhm.
that the American Legion brought it, but we wanted to represent all veterans. So we brought the VFW in on it also. But the only issue would be, and it's not a big issue, all the new ones would have the Hopewell emblem. All the ones that we have already, like the ones for Robert Penn, all the people like that, would not have the Hopewell emblem on it. It's just a
Okay.
matter of consistency, whatever you want, but that
Is-
could be done.
Will Robert Penn stay up continually, or will that come down every?
It goes, every year it goes up with all the rest of them.
Oh, okay, so you pull them down, but they go right back up, the ones
They
they've
come
already.
down around Veterans Day and they go up around Memorial Day every year.
So- And then additional ones
Go
will
up
be
each
added.
year.
And do you do it anywhere else except for downtown, the hanging of the banners?
We do it anywhere that the city's willing to put a bracket.
Okay. And you coordinate that through Ms. Griffin's office as well?
Between that and Brian in Public Works.
And I've always asked the other VFW, do you ever have y'all requested they become involved as well to sponsor anything?
Well, it's VFW, generic, it doesn't hit a post.
Oh, okay, so this, okay. So it would be inclusive of the other group.
Correct.
Thank you.
Counselor Gore, did you?
I just have one question now that that question's been asked. How many roughly do we already have in place in terms of banners that we hang?
34.
I mean, so if there's a interest in making sure we're branded with this as well, because we do the administrative part, maybe the question is probably replacing 34 banners. I mean.
I'm sorry, could you say
Huh?
that again?
Well, I think what Mrs. Gore's asking is, so we have 34 banners now, how would we replace 34 banners?
Yeah, I mean, if it's
That-
a big deal,
if-
then we would just, I mean, I'm just suggesting for uniformity, if you
It would
only have
cost you
34,
34
just do the 34 over and we
It
would
would
just
cost you
pay.
$3,400.
Yeah, we would just pay the tab to get it so it'd be uniform. I mean, that's a thing for council. I'm personally not opposed to it. But that's an easy fix to have uniformity if we were willing to, pay that out. But I think it is a good thing for branding purposes because we do have a role in the program, especially the development office, to help make the program work as well. But, I mean, before I guess I make my motion, is anyone opposed to doing that?
That's fine, I don't care. Seal, no seal, it doesn't matter to me.
Hold on, see if I, so if I put in the motion that we help replace the 34, y'all will be fine with that.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Ms. Johnny. So, to explore doing that, how about that, giving that leeway?
He's saying
Make
something.
a motion to approve using, I forgot the name of the vendor now.
Military
This
Tribute
slide.
Banners,
Mr. Brown.
LLC.
Military Banners LLC is the vendor for the Hometown Heroes program, and for Director Griffin to work with our points of contact to investigate the cost to replace the existing 34 banners to include the city seal on those and move banners
Okay.
moving forward.
And I will also ask them about adding that, city seal to that, and see if that will change the cost at all, because these are custom.
Yeah.
Their regular design isn't like this at all.
Okay.
They're mirroring what we have.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I can certainly check with them on that. I'll be speaking with them tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
I have a question. Is this we remaking it 34 because to make them uniform?
Yes, to make the ones we currently have in place and the ones moving forward in the future, if he can get the template changed so they're all the same. You raised the point.
So,
I mean, that's a valid point. I'm saying I'm back.
I just think, you can make it so that the 34 can go in one area and that part can be uniform. So every time we have another design, we're gonna make all of them over again.
Well, hopefully we won't have another design. This is just
That'll
simply
make
put the
sense.
seal on it, so that way they're all uniform. So I think this is the one and done design. All we're doing is adding this seal to it, so that way all of them will have the same exact image.
Okay.
I don't think he's changing it yearly, it's just, he went through the pains of seeing if they could replicate what we currently have. So I don't think his desire is to adjust it anymore. Correct?
If possible, you could add some latitude. We can research it and find the best option, the best answer, what we can do on it. We'll be glad to do that. We'd like to
Okay. Thank you.
move forward as much as possible, but at the same time, we're willing to go back and do whatever research we need to do to get it done. Memorial Day is fast approaching.
All right, Ms. Best, will you please restate the motion?
Motion to support using the Military LLC, I believe it was, Council Gore.
Military Tribute Banners, LLC.
Military
Yeah, that's
Tribute
number-
Banners
LLC.
LLC as the vendor for the Hopewell Heroes program, and to appoint Director Griffith to work with the point of contact to replace existing banners. Is that correct, Councilor Gore?
34.
34 existing banners?
Yep.
34 existing banners.
Roll call?
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
I don't think that was, no.
Councilor
Simply,
Holloway.
Ms. Griffin has an issue.
Sorry. Order.
There's a motion on the floor.
Yeah.
Councilor
How do we
Holloway.
suspend the motion?
Yes.
Can we suspend the motion during this time?
As long as there's no objection by anyone.
Is there an objection to suspend the motion until we get clarity from Director Griffin?
Don't demote
Okay.
you. We don't want to be demoted.
Okay.
Roll call.
And then you start the poll again after the additional information.
Okay.
What I did want to make everyone aware of is that a different company has the information for the 34 signs. And so we would have to reach back out to whoever put the signs up. And I'm not sure if we have that information, we would have to look. But I do want you to be aware that that information may not be readily accessible because there was a different sign company that did the 34 signs previously.
And they went out of business.
And they went out of business.
Yeah, just research.
Counselor Denton, do you have a question for Miss Director Griffin?
And I've got a question for Ms. Griffin. Some time ago, I brought in an application with a check. And that was when this program was suspended. Is that still viable?
It's on my desk, waiting
It's
for
on your
this,
desk?
waiting for this program.
We just did not know, but it's not lost in the
Nope.
shuffle. Okay.
Nope.
Is there a,
Mayor, you might want to have the clerk restate the motion that you suspended, so we can still restart the roll call.
Madam Clerk, can you please restate the motion?
Motion to support using the Military Tribute Banners LLC as a vendor for Hometown Heroes program and for Director Griffith to work with point of contact to replenish 34 existing banners.
The motion had been seconded, correct? You started the roll.
Yes.
The motion was made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Vice Mayor Martin. Can you just go through
The whole roll call again?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to public hearing.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor, members of council, this evening we have a public hearing to consider a request by the Hopewell Public School Board to amend their FY 2021-2022 operating budget in the amount of $4,065,318. The amendment would then increase the overall budget to $70,854,544,000. The funding is state, federal, and grant funds. No local funds are part of the increase. Ms. English, the Director of Financial Schools, was here this evening if you have any questions.
I don't see any lights. I'm opening the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do you have anyone who has signed up to speak on this matter this evening?
No one signed up.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience who did not have a chance to sign up, would like to speak on the public hearing? No? Public hearing closed. Vice Mayor Parton?
I move to approve the budget amendment resolution as presented for the 2021-2022 school board operating budget.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. I do not see any lights. Roll call.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passes
Madam Mayor.
7-0.
Madam Mayor, Miss Mayor, Mayor Bennett, yes.
Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Mayor, can you make sure you add to the minutes my motion that I am employed with the public schools and will.
Yes. You also have it.
I signed the
You also
form, but I
filed
want it
it.
recorded
Yes.
that I will
For the record,
make that
Counselor Pelham
announcement.
is making aware, and then she'll give you her conflict of interest form.
You have one in your drawer, Mom.
Yes. moving on to R1.
When are we doing the work session? Oh, thank you.
Hi, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good.
Doing
Good
good.
evening.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Parton, and all members of City Council. And I have it up on my screen, Ms. Best, if you would just.
Oh, yes.
Mhm. The City of Hopewell has been identified as a jurisdiction with higher than average eviction rates in the Commonwealth. And Housing Opportunities Made Equal, also known as HOME, is a nonprofit fair housing advocacy organization. It is currently administering a program called the Eviction Diversion Program in the City of Richmond. This program is in partnership with the City of Richmond, the Greater Richmond Bar Foundation, and Central Virginia Legal Aid. Home reached out to the Department of Development in early January, asking about the possibility of launching a similar program here in Hopewell. Myself and our senior planner, Chris Ward, met with Ms. Michelle Jones, who is the Director of Housing Stability for Home, on the January 11th to discuss this opportunity. The goal of the Virginia Eviction Reduction Pilot Program is to create a local, regional coordinated system approach to effectively preventing evictions. When evictions cannot be prevented, the system will include how to divert evictions once the household has received an unlawful detainer. The system's approach will include creating a collaborative impact model where organizations that serve as a safety net within the community can collaborate to ensure households have early access to resources to stabilize their housing situations. Back in, I believe it was 2019, we met with the City Council and with stakeholders in some town hall meetings, and one of the areas of concern was housing. And one of the objectives, actually Objective 6, was renter rights advocacy. Myself and Chris Ward, Ray Spicer, and Steve Benham, and also Mr. Tavares McCoy sat down and came up with key tasks and activities, and one of them was to determine if landlord-tenant councils are allowed in the Commonwealth, to improve education and access to organizations that have housing advocacy resources, just like HOME, and to consider developing a housing office/financial opportunity center that provides services to include, but not limited to, tenant rights, fair housing, and rental assistance, and landlord rights. So when Ms. Jones reached out to us, we were enthusiastic because we felt like this would help us with reaching one of our strategic plan goals that we came up with back in 2019. Now, this is a new program, so Ms. Jones is here to talk to you about it and to answer your questions. And I'm sure that if she cannot answer your questions tonight, she will take them back and be able to provide any additional information you need. So I am going to take a seat, and Ms. Michelle Jones will come up and present the slides that you already have in your packet. And again, Ms. Jones is the Director of Housing Stability for Housing Opportunities Made Equal.
Thank you, Director Griffin. Good evening, everyone. How are you doing?
Doing all right.
I'm not going to go through each one of these slides one at a time because I know that the hour is ticking on and you still have other business to do. But I want to thank you for giving the pleasure of being on the agenda for tonight. We are very excited when we talk with Director Griffin and being able to see the things that you already have in place and addressing some of the challenges. As you know, in 2016, I did something wrong. You know, it should be just, wait, I hit the wrong thing. Oh, there you go. Okay. As you probably know, in 2016, there was a study that was presented from Matthew Desmond, who was a professor of sociology at Princeton University. And that study actually revealed the scope of the problem it didn't surprise many of us because we know what's going on in our communities, but to actually see the data, it revealed the scope of the problem and how Virginia stacked up to the rest of the country. And so through this, there were many things that happened since that time that was in response to this, with the state identifying eviction reduction as one of its core themes that they wanted to address. A lot of localities did. And so with that, there have been many initiatives that have happened. Home is happy to be a part of an initiative that was started by the city of Richmond, as they were indicated as number 2 in the country of having some of the highest eviction rates for the city of its size. Our mission is to ensure equal access to housing for all people. And through that, we do housing counseling, we do advocacy for rights of renters, of individuals to be able, and of homeowners in order to ensure that they're not being discriminated against for accessing housing. We also do housing counseling for renter and for home ownership. And we do policy and regulation. So we do a lot of data and analysis and collections. So through our mission and with the things that our agency does, we began a partnership with the City of Richmond. And the City of Richmond was one of the first to start an eviction diversion program in the Commonwealth. Through this eviction diversion program, other partners include, as Tavia has she indicated earlier, we have the Central Virginia Legal Aid, we have the Greater Richmond Bar Foundation, and the Richmond City Courts. And this has actually started in 2019, and since that time, of course, the pandemic started in 2020, but between the September 2019 and April of 2020, we were able to divert 419 evictions. And the program, it was focused on individuals that were actually had a court date. And so the program was to provide legal assistance, to do negotiations with landlords for payments, provide financial education, provide one-on-one counseling to identify your housing challenges and to establish action plans, and to provide some financial assistance. The tenant had to have had to come up with at least 25% and indicate that they had the ability to pay for ongoing payments. And the landlord would have to agree to this if they wanted to participate. So it was all voluntary. It was not, there was actually a program that was passed through the General Assembly for a mandatory, but the city came forward and did their own in a voluntary and put resources towards that. And in addition to the different tenant and legislative protections that happen, the state also allocated different funding for to maintain housing stability. And through that, the rent relief program, which was specifically to address the COVID crisis, and that is still being implemented. And then through the VERP, the Virginia Eviction Reduction Program, which Home has had the ability to become a partner with the state for the first round that was implemented last fall. And through that round, we were a recipient to assist with the City of Richmond residents. And it focused on really stabilizing individuals through a variety of direct housing supports. So it actually provided direct financial assistance for not only rental arrears, but also for utilities, for workforce training, and also for workforce transportation, and in looking at credit repair management. And then recently it was the VERP 2.0, and that's why I'm here tonight, is to talk about that. we were very happy to be able to be awarded that round. And through that, the focus really is on creating more of a systemic, how do you create a level of a framework for collective impact? Not so much in looking at, well, what is the financial assistance can you give someone, but what needs to be in place to address the challenges locally and at a regional level. So we are expanding, and we will be, the funding was actually awarded for the cities of Hopewell, Petersburg, the counties of Chesterfield and Henrico, and then also to continue our work in the city of Richmond. But we'll be looking at from the prevention side a lot and seeing what needs to be put in place to prevent. Because as you look at the statistics and the data, that gives you a number. But then what does that mean? You know, who's getting evicted and who's doing the eviction? And then those numbers were based on filings. What are the other issues that's causing this? What are some of the root causes? And then what's in place for individuals to understand what their tenant rights and responsibilities are, so that we really want to mitigate the consequences of the evictions, because it has consequences on not only the tenant, you know, the landlord, the financial impacts, on the mental health of individuals that's having to move, and overall on the community and what the cost that ends up happening. And so this is a pilot program, and so it's very flexible, and it gives the opportunity to really work on a place base and looking at community first. And what are the challenges that you are experiencing, and what are ways that you want to look at for addressing those. And so ending up with a design and implementation for an eviction prevention and diversion program, and looking at your local eviction data, and what does that look like, and what collection system do you have in place. So it's very exciting when Director Griffin is talking about your building blocks, and in looking at that, that's a very, very useful tool, and being able to overlay that so that you can even get probably a little bit more finite with, and be able to tell your own story and what you are finding, and then how are you wanting to address that. So sharing trends, resources, challenges that we have experienced with other localities, and looking at some of the national trends that are happening and ways that are being addressed, that we are hoping that we can begin to implement this program within the next month. But it's a lot of planning and really looking at where we are right now, and getting a group of individuals together. It's called the Advisory Committee, and that's actually what was part of the request that came forward from the state. And this Advisory Committee would be composed of many diverse individuals within your community, to include individuals with lived experience, the city agencies, and working with landlords, other community groups. And so it would be done in conjunction in working with the development department, also for being able to identify who that would be on that particular advisory group. We are here to just be a partner and coordinate and to assist. And so we are not here to dictate, or we are here to be a collaborative partner and to work with the city, so that we can look at how to mitigate, preventing involuntary moves, and creating a continuum for an eviction prevention and diversion program, which at the end ends up being able to maintain housing stability and to obtain the goals that were previously mentioned in your strategic planning initiatives that you had. So within the program components, what are they? There's some outreach that will be done, but again, that will be designed accordingly based on what you feel. Remember, this is a pilot, so this is not something that, whoa, we're gonna roll out the gate and just go, here's what's happening. We wanna do a little testing and a little focusing, but that'll all be decided as we go along. What will be the education classes? We can have a range of those, from financial literacy, credit management, and looking at tenants' rights and responsibilities, helping landlords to understand what their rights and responsibilities are. A lot of laws have changed in the past couple of years that, I mean, keeping up with them has not been easy because, you know, some have been temporary. Then things have changed within 6 months. So what's in place and how do you keep up with that? Being able to have our legal partners to come in and make sure about that we are given that proper education. The legal partners will also be at the courts and in working with individuals there and being able to help negotiate payment plans, help the tenants to navigate the resource system and to provide legal representation for them. And so the financial assistance is very limited of what was granted. Now, we are understanding that there may be some additional there is actually a request in the budget for additional financial assistance through the General Assembly. And if that is approved, we have been told we will be given that opportunity to apply on behalf of our current grantees. But this is really about creating that system, that framework. And so we will be working again with the city and identifying how do we use the $60,000 and what does that look like, who will be eligible. It's not here to be paying for, you know, saying here's money, here's what you need to do. There are other things that will be involved with that criteria. And so that's all to be decided. And then being able to look at how can whatever is created, how can it be sustained? What is it going to take to sustain it? And what does that look like? And who needs to be involved with that? Because this is not just a public, it can be a public-private, it can be many, many different resources coming together in the community to be able to address the goals that's needed. So what's the next steps? We will start meeting with the identified advisory group and begin making some plans. You all will be receiving updates regularly, and we will begin to design the implementation components. And there will be an evaluation point with this, and we have a partnership with the RVA Eviction Lab, and they have already started doing some data collection, and they will be actually working with the city to review data, look at what you have, and then just discuss how do you want to assemble all of this. Because the latest data that has come has been from 2019. And so, and that data is showing that Hopewell had 1,300 filings. And so that data was just pulled from the court records, and that through those filings, 767 individuals received judgments. So we want to be able to begin to look at how do we reduce the number of evictions and diminish the financial impact on the families, the landlords, and the community, and minimize the displacement of families in the city, and most of all, to ensure housing stability for individuals. So this, as we talk about who the local partners are, this is not, this is just a start, because the partnerships, they continue on and on and on. And so we have been able to gain many partners within the initiatives that we have started. And so this is just a start. This ends my presentation. And are there any questions?
I have one. Okay.
Yes.
Is there any database that will tell you how many times a person has been evicted? Like if I went to Point Abernathy, would I be able to get that information, or just through the courts?
It would be through the courts. This is what I know so far. The easy would be through the court records, being able to access the court
names.
records on the individuals. Yes.
Yeah, because if, out of that 757, if someone has been evicted 10 or 20 times, wouldn't that be important that they learn?
That's exactly right, because that is what the details need to be, I think, more finite, and looking at, well, who is being evicted? How many times is this showing? And then, what are the demographics? Is it the same address of the same person? And then do you have the same landlords? Is it a big landlord? How many are they owning? Because all these just represent different characteristics of different things, so that you will be able to really begin to get a clearer picture. That's why I said you'll be able to tell your own story.
And so this board will be coming up with those type things. Will they also come up with something for the landlords as far as educating the people of what type of poor housing they have, that they, I mean, it's people that I know pay $800 a month or $1,100. I wouldn't pay it because it's poor housing, but they don't have a choice probably because they in this 757 folks. But they can pay the courts and they don't know that. So somebody needs to educate them about paying their rent to the court and make the landlord improve too.
And that will be part of with tenant advocacy and
Okay.
how the tenants become advocates. And also it begins to look at, how do you look at, what are some of the, we've got root causes here. some
Okay,
things.
okay, I just wanna know if
And
you're
with
gonna look at all
those
that.
root causes, it gets to that affordable housing supply and demand, and some of it is housing policies, and so what does all of that look like? We've got some issues when we start looking at, assets, income strap. I can tell you all day long how to do your budget, but if I'm not making but so much money, how I can't juggle this budget no more. I've juggled it as many times as I can. So then we've got some other things of how to increasing income. What does that look like? So as you begin to look at there are different things for root causes also. It's just not about, I just didn't pay my rent. Sometimes it's more than that. But also you need to know, here's your responsibilities from the tenant side, rights and responsibilities, and then how do you become an advocate for yourself? And then
Right.
also for landlords, what are their responsibilities? And so, yes.
Thank you.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes, ma'am. You briefly touched on some 2019 new data. Would that take, because one of the questions that I had was the data that's in here is from 2016.
Right.
Which to me is fairly old. And the second thing that my question would touch on is Hopewell is about 50-50, rental versus homeownership. So is that taken into consideration with the higher number of rentals that we have in the higher number of evictions? So I was just trying to see how the data was applied, and I wasn't quite sure. First of all, thank you for helping us to become a pilot program, and I think it is needed. But I wanted to know what the criteria is of getting people in or that don't qualify for the program. I mean, we have a lot of people in this city that would absolutely qualify, but there's gonna be deadbeats. I mean, I hate to say that, but there's potentially people that just may not wanna pay their rent, and you're gonna run into those occasionally. How do you handle those?
Well, this is a two-way street.
Yes,
So we
ma'am.
can only reach you so far, we can give you resources,
Right.
we can do things, but this is about a change of behavior.
Right.
And you working with people can't change their behavior overnight.
Yep.
And so unfortunately,
Yeah.
the consequences of their decisions, they have to live with them if they have been given all the resources.
Okay.
And we will work with you to no end.
Right.
To be able to help to keep you housed. And it may not be that there are resources here, there may be other resources that can continue to assist. And, we begin to look at, especially with families.
Yes, ma'am.
And the impacts of kids having to move, and so really trying to be able to say, what is it that we need to do? And we've gotten a lot of input from individuals with lived experiences.
Okay.
And being able to look at those approaches. And sometimes it's about, the resource may be there, but it's all about how you approach the individuals with saying, here's what's available, and not feeling that there's a power struggle.
Right.
With individuals, and that they feel that you're meeting me where I am, and that you're respecting who I am, and that we are able to work together.
Do you all work with outside partners? I know you said the attorneys, but I was thinking like banks and things that
Yes,
do
yes.
training for financial and
We do, yes.
most banks nowadays have programs for free checking so that people that are unbanked or not trusting can come in and not have to spend a lot on fees and stuff, and can also work to train and stuff. I know a lot of banks in this area would hopefully be willing to work with you all on those programs.
Oh, and you are going right where we want to be, is getting those partnerships, and because who knows your community better than the people who live here?
Right.
And who, and what can be offered, and how can you leverage on those? And so, yes, those are the type of things, so that, you know, that's when we start getting to, it's not always about the financial assistance, giving a check to someone, but it's about knowing the resources and the education. And so that begins to be, this is open more to individuals. You don't have to be 60% or below. It can be open to anyone that needs to understand about their responsibilities for being able to maintain housing stability and where to gain the resources. So you don't, the goal is not for you to get behind on your rent.
Thank you.
Counselor Denton and then Counselor Gore.
Yeah, I just got one question here. I noticed that you have, under the local program partners, you have listed City of Hopewell, Central Virginia, Legal Aid, Holman, Virginia, and District Court. Is there some reason that you would not want some, like for the City of Hopewell, a designee of the investors, the landlords?
You know,
I-
yes,
Because they're the ones that are doing the evicting, and if there's a problem, I think they should be involved in this.
And thank you, because this was just to jumpstart, but we are looking for an exhaustive list, okay? And so it would include representatives of the Public Housing Authority, representatives of the financial sector, persons with lived experience of eviction or housing insecurity, organizations representing communities of color, tenant advocacy groups, centers for independent living organizations, your local DSS, your workforce development, and just in any exhaustive list that you have. So this was just to say, how do we jumpstart this from this room tonight? And, but the list for the advisory committee, that list is exhaustive of representatives, because we need to have a voice at the table that's representative of the community. And so the community is outside of this room. It's much more. And what does that look like? And so you've given some great examples for that.
Yeah, I think the landlords are affected by this.
Oh, they definitely, and the landlords are definitely part of this group.
And they need to be.
And identifying, and even in looking at how, you know, ongoing, and not just being in the group, but also how do we work with who your landlords are, and what does that mean? But you're exactly right.
They've got budgets too.
We're talking about for sustainability, that's right. You gotta always be, we wanna look at that.
Okay.
You're right.
Counselor Gore?
Thank you for being here at this late hour, and thank you for maintaining your enthusiasm for this program. I agree, it is something that's needed in our city. In 2020, we got some data from Caitlin Woodcock regarding the evictions that we had in Hopewell at the time during the pandemic, and we had 51 cases that were heard. But you know, the moratorium was put in place, so we've been waiting to get some more. I reached out to her a couple months ago to get updated numbers, but this same thing where they're waiting for Supreme Court and other stuff. But there is a population here that can use your program. So with that, I'd like to make a motion for Department of Development to oversee the launch of the Virginia Eviction Reduction Pilot Program here in the city of Hopewell in partnership with the Housing Opportunities Made Equal and the Central Virginia Legal Aid Society.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Counselor Pelham. I do not see any lights. Roll call.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you for the time, and I look forward to working with everyone and with your community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very excited.
We have next.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor, members of council, the next item on your agenda is the budget amendment resolution for the public safety salary increases for the sheriff's office. Council discussed this item and approved them in December. We went through and got the data from the outgoing sheriff because unfortunately, shortly after the meeting, his term came to an end. We verified the data. We've actually found that the total amount the council approved that evening was between full-time and part-time salaries, $192,000 and $192,007. After we verified the numbers, the actual increase amount would be $178,730.08. So we're on the good side of having to less funds. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. The breakdown of between full-time courthouse, part-time courthouse, full-time 295, part-time 295 is there. And again, the total amount of the increase is $178,730. And the increases will be retroactive to January 1st per the motion that council made at the December meeting.
All right, I have Counselor Denton, Vice Mayor Parton, and then Counselor Gore.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the FY '22 budget amendment totaling $178,730.08 for the public safety salary increases.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. Counselor Gore?
So my memory of that meeting was that we were waiting for them to bring back data about the jurisdictions to show where he got his numbers from. I still have yet to see that, and I don't see any of that in our packet. So where's the justifications for what they're asking for? I mean, do you remember that being the whole point of pausing this?
I remember you made the motion to approve the increases and then you wanted the data. And unfortunately, the outgoing sheriff was the outgoing sheriff.
Yeah, but there's a sheriff now that's gonna
Yeah,
get these benefits, so.
And we can get him to reach out, but we're caught between two administrations. So,
I understand that point, but, yes, it's two administrations, but this is for the office itself. So the current sheriff, I would hope that he has some role in this because he is the person that's leading the division now.
and we asked the current sheriff to go back and verify the numbers, which they did. But the request originated with the previous sheriff, and I don't know if they know the places he went to get the numbers.
Then how could it be verified?
Yeah.
Well, I'm moving forward based on the fact that y'all approved the raises, approved the funding that night. The only thing we needed to do was come back with that, but also with the budget amendment so they could get the increases.
So half of the request is not fulfilled.
Right. Mhm.
So, I mean,
And
my
if-
position's still the same, like, no
If
disrespect.
council wants to hold action, we can.
I mean,
We can
because.
get that data.
I mean, we're still at an ask without backup, and there's been months between when that was done where there was ample time to give us the data. I'm not opposed to supporting them, like I said last time. But just like we asked for the other departments to give backup, I would like backup for these numbers. And I understand it's a change in administration, but I recall that member being present in the room during that. And maybe the communication wasn't clear about the expectation. you know, I mean, I can't speak for all the council, me personally, I would like for the current sheriff to have a time to look over this, do his research, and give us the data, and be here to present for his department for this funding request.
All right. And
So
make an amendment motion.
You mentioned
I'm just saying how I feel. I mean, it would be nice for him to be here as the current sheriff, you know, because when the presentation was done, he was in the room, but he wasn't sheriff, right?
Right.
So it'd be nice to, one, acknowledge his role, and that he is a sheriff, and then give him an opportunity to present on behalf of his division, especially there's a budget request to increase their salary,
Right.
and then also to close out the ask to get the data that we requested. So I don't know if that's been communicated. That would be my ask, and I'm just reiterating, I'm not opposed to supporting this. I just feel like we should get what we asked for.
Madam Mayor.
yes.
Also, did you say where this money will come from? Sorry.
when council approved the money that night, it was coming from the unassigned fund balance.
Okay. So, we make a substitute motion that we suspend the action until we get that information from the new sheriff.
I don't think we can suspend, but you can make
Make a
a,
motion, substitute,
or amend the
whichever one.
Please direct me.
No on this motion.
Yeah, you can just say no on this one, and then we can
Okay,
move forward to
then
the
you
next
come
one.
back. Okay.
See, it's simple. Any other discussion? No? Roll call?
Counselor Pelham,
No.
Mayor Bennett,
No.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
No.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
No.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Is there an
Okay.
alternate motion you might ask for?
Counselor Pelham,
So the
do you
alternate
have a
motion would
motion?
be
But can you
to-
please be specific with the date you'd like to come, you would like them to come back, the sheriff's office,
They can come back,
with the backup documentation?
either this next month, whichever meeting he can prepare the information. He doesn't have to bring back the same information, just bring back current information as he has gone through his budget and figured it out.
Ms. Pelham, you wanna put that in the form of a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that the current sheriff provide up-to-date salary requests to be presented before the council again, either the second or fourth Tuesday of March. Second or
Second.
fourth Tuesday.
Point of order.
Is your point of order
About the
directed to
motion.
me, or did you want to direct that to the city attorney?
It doesn't matter, but my understanding was the issue that we were not liking was that there was no justification of what it was for, not that he needed to provide a whole new one. Are you
Well,
just asking him for a new one and no justification?
The numbers might not be justified, so once you review it to present whatever he's requesting for his department, whether that's new dollars or less or more. It may be more, I don't know.
Oh.
My request would be to present more up-to-date information for the pay raises for the sheriff department, so that we can make a proper decision about the money. You talking about
So
$200,000?
I agreed with Counselor Gore in just making sure that they present that information, because I do see the approved budget and the increase, but with the other offices, they did, break that down to what that increase would actually look like with the current, and then, what that would look like for each. So I would go with what Counselor Gore is saying. As far as new information, I think that's gonna, but.
Where you are right now is whether there's a second.
Can you clarify your
Yes.
Has motion
Can you
been
just clarify your-
second?
Yeah.
No second.
I'm asking for her to clarify, it's not.
Because there
seconded.
was a point of order before the second was, there was a point of order before someone could second. So Counselor Randolph had a point of order prior to someone seconding. Now Counselor Gore is asking if she can clarify her motion.
So I have my own point of order. Okay. Point of order directed to Councilor Pelham. Can you clarify your motion? Because I'm just asking for the data, but I agree, since he is the current sheriff, that if he wants to tweak it, he needs to tweak it and just provide us whatever the recommendation is. So, provide us the backup information for the justification for the salaries and as the current plan for the sheriff office.
Yeah, the motion is, so to make request pay raises for his department based on data that he knows now, is my motion. If you want to tweak it and amend it, fine, but that's my motion. That he
Yeah.
presents to the council.
Thought he'd done that.
Agreed. You're just saying that he needs to get current data for,
Yeah.
I think-
for the salaries, right?
If I may interject. You would like the current sheriff to present, in addition to present the current information that,
Will
backs
justify
up this.
the pay
Okay.
increases for his
Well,
body.
can you just say that one more time, to be clear?
Y'all get on my nerves.
Can I tell you what I have, Mayor Bennett? See if that's correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion for the current sheriff to provide backup for justification for salary increases for the sheriff's department using current data.
I think it was to be presented at these.
To be presented at the, thank you, Counselor, to be presented at the March 8th or March 22nd city council meeting.
Is that state the motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Madam Mayor, you can see the second.
Right, is there a second? Second, and Counselor Denton, you have your hand raised?
Yes. Now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can I address the city manager?
Yes, ma'am.
When you looked at these figures and you did your math and you could see some things were not correct, and you had, I think, had a meeting with with the former sheriff, Mr. Gephardt, and went over those figures. Since that time, since there was a change in the department, different sheriff, you went back and checked each one with him, the new sheriff? Did you check that with him to make sure that we knew how many were in each one of these categories?
Yes, ma'am. Once.
Then I don't understand what we have to verify.
So, once I got the clarification from the former sheriff on the full-time increases and the part-time hourly rate that he moved everyone to for his presentation, once we ran those numbers and checked them, we found some discrepancies. I met with the current sheriff and his chief deputy, and we went through the numbers and asked them to go back and verify the numbers that I came up with, looking at the data that was provided, and they agreed that the numbers here are correct.
Okay, so this 178,000, that reflects the changes from what the sheriff gave us at the old sheriff, I'll say, and making the changes with the new regime, their changes. This is the correct amount.
That is the amount that I discussed with both Sheriff Stanley and his chief deputy, Captain Lilly. They agreed after reviewing the data that is the correct, that they agreed with the numbers that those are the correct numbers and that's the correct total.
Okay, so So what are we gonna find any different? Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Denton. Counselor Gore? So, Mr. Altman, when you met with the sheriff, as was just questioned here, did he give you jurisdiction data?
No,
That's what we're questioning.
yeah, I understand what
Because
you're asking.
wasn't the
for.
motion that we passed? Yeah, was to get that?
Right.
So that's all I'm
And-
trying to get.
Yeah.
He didn't supply it to Mr. Altman either,
Right.
so he cannot vouch for this unless you want to take that on yourself.
No, what I can say is, you know, I got the numbers from the sheriff for full-time employees, both 295 and courthouse, what their percent increases were for those employees based on their current salary, and the hourly rate, the new hourly rate for all the part-time employees that he indicated that evening he was moving everyone to. I don't have, and I'll say this, I don't have that, I wasn't provided the jurisdictions, but I'm not sure that the current sheriff, unless asking the former sheriff for where he got his data from. I mean, we're in a weird spot with this issue to be, you know, it just, we have a transition between two
Yeah.
sheriffs. So the old sheriff, you know, he doesn't have to supply any information because he's no longer the
Right.
sheriff or obligated. If we ask the new sheriff for new data, just understand, he may come back and these numbers are gonna change, they could go up.
That's fine.
Yeah,
We should have some reference, because,
Okay.
I mean, we
Right.
shouldn't be
And
just approving it and nobody can answer what is the average median salary that we're just blindly approving. I mean, granted, he may not know the answer right now, but he should know the answer as he gets more into his role. So unfortunately, we're just expediting that process. But any constitutional office should be able to kind of answer that question if there's a budget request. So I'm not knocking him because I recognize he is new, but the need to still have the information remains. So this gives him the ability to speak on behalf of his department about what their needs are.
Anybody else? Roll call?
Counselor Pelham,
Yeah.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yeah.
Counselor Randolph, I didn't hear you.
Yeah.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
No.
Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you. Moving on to, Vice Mayor Parton, is this yours?
Well, this is a item that came from, the Hopewell Water Renewal Commission and, Mr. Altman.
Catching up.
It's okay.
The item before you this evening is a budget amendment to fund $1,475,000 worth of stormwater inflow infiltration improvements from the Hopewell Water Renewal outside revenue accounts. The budget, there's a memo that was prepared by myself to the Commission. Mr. Parton is the chair of the commission, regarding possible use of funding, the outside revenue source funding that we received from the leachate deliveries to the site. Last year, all total, there was over $13 million in outside revenue. At this point in the year, based on the capital budget commitment of some of those revenues, there are still $3,675,732 remaining, which is reflected on the budget amendment resolution. Hopewell Water Renewal Commission voted at its January 25th meeting 4-3 to use outside revenue to fund the stormwater improvements. These particular stormwater improvements have a relationship to inflow and infiltration, which affects the ultimate flow at the the water renewal plant, so there's a direct nexus between these projects and increased flow at the plant. Addressing these projects helps reduce the flow, which helps us at the plant. And that's the nexus connection. There are no local dollars involved in funding these projects. There's a list on the memo, only the beginning part was discussed and approved. The remaining items were referred to a capital improvement committee for review and discussion and to bring back to the commission, the full commission. So there's a breakdown of the projects. Would be the Wagner Avenue improvements, the Hill Avenue improvements. We have the stormwater resilience plan category 2 projects, which there's the stormwater resilience project map is in your packet. Those category 2 projects are listed there. And then our 2 federal projects for the appropriation match for the Norfolk Southern Railroad Crossing project at Cattail Creek, and the Reach 4 stabilization project, which is a FEMA grant match for that project. Both of those projects involve sewer lines that would be affected if you had a strong stormwater washout. You could have a collapse of sewer lines that would be detrimental from an environmental perspective to Cattail Creek. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. If Mr. Parton has any comments as the chair, turn it over to him.
No, I think you summed it up pretty good.
Question. So no local funding at all? None?
No, it's all outside revenue that was generated. There are no local dollars.
Federal, or?
So it's dollars that were collected at regional from
Treating
haulers or leachate, say landfills. When it rains, leachate comes, they have to have that treated. They haul and bring that, so it's an outside revenue source that's generated annually at the water renewal plant. Sometimes not to the level that it was last year. Typically, we don't have 13 million of revenue. We've had 6 or 8, but last year it rained a great deal, and therefore we had a lot of leachate that we needed treated. So there's no local money involved.
Not a question, Mr. Anderson, right. I just wanted to make sure to put it in public view that the Cattail Creek, does that extend all the way from Am Street to the other side of Winston Churchill Drive?
The channel does.
I know the channel.
This project
We're
is
discussing.
just across.
He's asking questions.
This project.
It's the railroad crossing.
No,
Right, not, it doesn't go to Winston Churchill Drive.
So what you wanna do before the
But you
motion?
know that basin is concreted up to Oakland Boulevard? You're not going beyond Oakland Boulevard to Winston Churchill?
No,
Why?
that's not.
I thought I requested that.
So there's 2 projects. One is the crossing underneath the railroad tracks where we continually have track washout of the CSX line.
Yeah.
Then there's Reach 4. Could you explain what Reach 4 is?
Yeah, Reach 4 is the bank stabilization that runs along Winston Churchill Drive, just south of Washington.
Well, I'm talking like behind Mount Carmel Baptist Church.
And we're not
We're
that,
not going back there.
that we're not, neither one of these projects go that far. That would be future projects along Cattail.
That's not good. Yeah, because that was the whole purpose, I thought, of the tour. I made that point. Because the land behind the church, and on the other side of Winston Churchill Hill, is flopping. I mean, it's not stable. So
We haven't applied for any federal funding for that portion of the Cattail Creek at this point.
okay, but do you know how much that would cost?
No, and I must have missed that. I was in the other van during the tour.
Yeah.
I didn't pick up that there was a issue behind the church.
Well, I'm at the church and the right on the other side of Winston Churchill as well, going all the way behind Macklin Circle, all that. Okay, well, I think we need to somehow add that, maybe not with this project, but that's that definitely needs to be an added somewhere, to find money somewhere to do that part of it.
Yeah, we need to do a cost estimate, scope out the project, what would need to be done, and then we can bring that back at a future date, and as we look forward to funding avenues for it. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Pelham, I think one thing that we got to think about with the project itself is we're not saying that we're not going to go back and do that, but I think what we got to first fix is where the crucial junction point is of fixing the issue. So that way, once we alleviate that issue, now we can start working backstream, start fixing a lot more of the issues. I think that that's kind of how, and Austin, please, tell me if I'm speaking wrong, but I think that's how Mr. Butler explained it, is you've got the choke point, and then from the choke point, once you resolve that, then you start fixing things upstream, because if you start fixing things upstream before you fix the choke point, then you're still having the same issues down at the choke point, and now you're deteriorating all the good infrastructure that you put in place.
Thank you.
I do have a Counselor Gore.
You want me to wait or no?
No, I just have one question, but I might take a little time. I know on Hampton Avenue, the culvert drainage, that big issue that we had, I wondered if we had that conversation about buying that property. I thought that was a conversation to buy that property because of the issues with the drainage, so that we can have that as our drainage point too. Because the home that sits there, I mean, it's just struggling and it's just not gonna be able to resell, and the city was gonna buy it and then utilize that as a city drainage point.
I don't know if, in the development of the resiliency plan, that we looked at buying the house as much as we looked at resolving the issue with the pipe to increase pipe size under Hampton to provide better flow, which would relieve the back, because that what happens is there's so much water coming down there that the pipe can't handle it all, and we've had issues with things being clogged in the pipe, that then it backs up into the yard. So looking at increasing the pipe size underneath Hampton to alleviate that issue and puts protection down so we wouldn't have obstructions get into the pipe.
Okay. Counselor Gore.
Yes, thank you. I have a few questions. So my first question is for Mr. Altman. With this funding source, what does the water renewal team typically do with that money in that fund?
So we have funded additional capital projects at the plant, and then outside of that, it would be funding that would be returned to the members of the commission as part of a credit.
Okay, and so the commission members were asked to do this for us? How did this come about? Because
So-
council didn't discuss this at first, so how did this come up for the commission members to vote on this?
So, go ahead.
So when we got our report in, I believe it was October, was our last meeting of 2021. The staff indicated that there were 6 separate sewer overflows at the wastewater plant, which was happening because of all the intense rainstorms that we've had and the frequency. So we talked with the staff and was talking about how we can try to reduce that number, so that way we stay more in compliant with DEQ regulations. So we talked with them about the stormwater resiliency plan and met with Mr. Butler. He identified these projects that had issues where we can go in and upgrade sewer lines, separate where sewer is getting into our stormwater system, and stormwater especially getting into our sewer system. Because the more stormwater that we have getting into the sewer system, it eventually leads downstream to the pump stations, and then from the pump stations to the actual plant. So what we were trying to do at the commission was try to find a projects or a methodology at which we can go forward and try to fix a lot of these issues. And so the commission then voted on it in January, and now we're bringing it to council.
So these projects listed here are specifically targeted to address the renewals operations?
Correct. So the pump stations themselves and the wastewater plant itself as well.
Say that again?
So-
So the pump
yeah, right,
stations
so-
and the plant itself, but
Correct.
not any other objective? Meaning
No.
like this is strictly to benefit their
Correct.
needs?
Right. So what we're trying to do is we're just trying to reduce the wear and tear and stress on the plant because we want to try to get more longevity out of our equipment. We've had, I mean, unfortunately, the O2 plant down there that is crucial in the industrial waste part of treating the basically the effluent that comes from those plants. And if the capital improvement plan, 10, 20 years previously had been more aggressive, we could have prevented a lot of these issues that we're facing.
So what I'm just trying to figure out is these are not other projects off of this, the stormwater plan slid in here. These are specifically
Yeah, these
to
are all,
address those issues.
yeah, these are all specifically on the plan. And what we
No,
try.
no, I'm not talking about the
sorry.
plan. I'm saying they are from the plan, but asked to be funded because it improves the renewals objectives,
Correct.
not our objectives about the projects we want to get funded.
Well, it satisfies both, but our big one is making sure that the wastewater plant itself doesn't continue to have overflows.
Right, let me just be clear. We have a long list of projects on the stormwater plan. What I'm asking is, the ones that are listed here to be funded, they're not taking off of that wish list so that way we get neighborhood projects done. Do they solely make sure that that they address their problems? I know that I get the both parts, this
Right.
will be off our list, but I'm saying is, we're not sliding in other asks.
Right,
that
so I'll
isn't
give a good
necessary for them.
example. If, Molly, if you don't mind, just scrolling the screen up just a little bit to, other way, sorry.
Wow.
So if you look up.
No, look, ma'am,
Right.
the map, just show the map.
Yeah.
I did
So the
have-
category right there where it says intermediate
Go back.
range,
There?
just a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Okay, so right there, you'll see one that says Heretic Avenue improvements. That's merely a pure stormwater project. That's just replacing pipe for water to move through. There's no sewer connection to it at all. That's why we didn't put it in the funding request.
Okay. So then my other question is, how much money is gonna be left over in this fund if we vote to approve this? So it's gonna be like 3 million, is that what you're saying, 2 million?
It'll be $2,110,732.
And on average, roughly, you probably can't answer this question right now, but on average, are there usage of the fund since it's set aside for them, does it exceed that $2 million?
Well-
Like annually, do you see what I'm trying to say? Like,
So-
if something were to happen, do they have money left over after this to continuously pay for what they normally would pay for, normal wear and tear or whatever, without having to come to us to ask for appropriation, we took all their money out?
Right, so the capital budget we do is based on, and then the payments into those projects is based on the formula down there that all five of us
yeah.
participate in the payment of. The project, we did it, but projects beyond those with some of this money, and we brought that back to y'all earlier in the budget year to do some additional projects in capital. And now this would do a few more. What the remaining dollars that are there, those dollars would then be divided amongst the 5 college shareholders or partners, and you would get a refund based on the formula.
Okay.
So we annually, we get additional dollars in the outside revenue account. When it first started, it was a little bit, that was 14 or 15, where it was $1 million or $2 million. Now, that number is steadily increased. Now, last year was a very wet year. That's why it was $13 million. But we're usually looking at $6 to $8 million of additional revenue.
Okay, so I have 2 quick questions before our time runs out. I see the whole leachate stuff in here. We voted to support that grant. I haven't heard anything else about it, but one of the industry partners contacted me and another member of council is saying that we weren't eligible for the grant anymore. So what's the deal with that? And I see it mentioned here with leachate studies and stuff. So is the grant request
So-
moving forward, or is there a different focus that wasn't brought back?
It wasn't a leachate grant.
But you know what I'm trying to say, I think you
It
understand what
was
I'm talking about.
the, gray water project.
Yeah, the gray
And
water
I
project.
sent y'all an email circling back saying that we were not eligible for
Right.
that project and
So
why.
is this just, I didn't see that, I apologize, so is this supplementing that, so they can still try to move forward with it?
Well, one of the
Well,
items
I'm
on
sorry.
here was to do that.
Okay.
But that item has been sent to the capital subcommittee, of the capital subcommittee that was created down at the wastewater treatment plant for review and to bring back a recommendation. However, Advance 6 is looking at ways that they may be able to move forward and fund the pilot themselves.
Okay, so, again, I overlooked it, I apologize, but I was just trying to make sure I track what this
Yeah.
other stuff was for, so this kind of supplements that effort as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's, anything that we can do to relieve the stress of stormwater inflow and overflows at our pump stations or at the plant is a good thing.
Okay.
Not necessarily directly related to, say, the gray water reuse project, because that's taking what would leave the pipe and recycle it back in to be used as cooling water for industry. So we're in the process of continuing to have that discussion, even though we weren't eligible for the grant funding. We're continuing to have that conversation with Advance 6 and industry and the water company, because that was a key piece of our conversation, is if it has an adverse effect on the water company. So that's a continual conversation.
Okay.
And I know we're scheduling a meeting here in the next week or so to have a conversation about
And-
where they are.
Okay, last question is, what, I know this stuff is pertinent and urgent, but why couldn't this be built into the upcoming budget session? Because we're about to start doing that conversation, so why is this brought to us when we could do all of it at one time? I mean, we're literally about to start doing budget work sessions, and so instead of doing a budget amendment,
Right.
why don't we just build
So
the next budget with this in there?
The funding would not be there. The leachate money at the end of the fiscal year.
Goes back to them
goes back
automatically?
to-
Okay, you answered my question. There needs to be a motion to extend the meeting if y'all wanna go back to closed session.
I move that we extend the meeting till we finish our closed session work.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Roll call?
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
I'm so sorry, but for you, Mr. Alman, also, I'm not trying to be funny, but I just did the whole thing with the sheriff's office. I've not seen the director of water renewal present for any of our meetings when we talk about their department. It would be nice to see his face as well
Okay.
for requests pertaining to his department.
Yeah. I think the thought was we had the chair
But still,
here.
That was an oversight on my part. Because I told him, I said, I think that between March and myself, we can answer questions, but next time I'll make sure that he's
I have
here.
not seen him in meetings, so it just, yeah.
Is it all right if I make a
No.
motion now?
Yes.
Right, okay. I move that we approve the fiscal year 22 budget amendment resolution as presented for the stormwater projects.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Roll call?
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. R4?
The last item that I have of this evening is the FY 23 budget calendar for council's consideration. I would note that there is, on here, March next week, a joint meeting with the school board, tentatively, if that is an agreement. I know y'all have a meeting, the first special meeting. If you were to approve the calendar, we would move forward, or if you wanted to, another date. But I know Dr. Hackney wants to get together as soon as possible.
Have they already completed their budget?
I don't know if they've completed it, but she asked to meet. She actually suggested the March 2nd date, so I'm going to assume they're close. And her indication to me was they won't have much of a request this year.
I'm
there-
personally, oh, sorry.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'm personally fine with, March 2nd, doing a joint school board meeting.
Are there any objections?
When maybe I heard you said it and I was reading, I'm sorry. But we always get crammed with saying, we need this approved so we can do our contracts. So don't they need to have this done by like June before we need ours done? Isn't it like pretty much the end of May-ish?
Typically, they want it by middle of May, end of May.
So
when
that's
they-
March, April, so that gives us 3 months.
So a couple pieces on here that I think y'all should be aware of. In addition to that, the commissioner, treasurer, real estate assessor, and we all had a conversation about setting the tax rate earlier so they can make sure the tax bills go out. So on time, April 12th is the date that we've set for the adoption of the tax rate. Before that, March 22nd, we will have the health insurance renewal discussion with council. TLC is requiring that we have everybody in the state has to have their decision on renewal to them by March 25th, which is the Friday. So this is the last day. At the time that I put this together, we hadn't received our renewal yet, and last year we didn't receive our renewal until the beginning of March. We did receive our renewal after the budget packet went out. We are looking at a 13% renewal for the upcoming year. I have a meeting on Friday to talk about our renewal. So we can move that one up, but at the time of the agenda packet, I was counting on last year's performance, which was we got the renewal in the first or second week of March, and we were literally rushed into getting that decision made. So we do have to have health insurance renewal to local choice by the 25th, and then we have the tax rate that we want to set on April 12th. So those are the two kind of things that I draw your attention to.
How can we do that when?
We haven't.
So, no, I'm just, we're going to have to raise the tax rate. That's just the reality of the situation. I said that last year when stuff was being passed. Because health insurance cost us $500 and some change last year to make sure employees did not have to bear the cost of that. I would imagine is no less than what we paid for last year, so that's $500,000, right? Then you did the police thing, which is like $600,000, that's $1 million right now. And that's without any other needs that we need to do for anything. So I do not know how we can avoid not raising the taxes, and if that's the case, how are we gonna have a conversation about what that number is in order to put it for a public hearing we can all agree that we're gonna have a number for constitutional offices, but you can't say that at that time because we need to go back and forth about that number.
Yeah. So,
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, so it actually is a little worse than the 600 and 500 that
Yes, it is,
you
because
added
you forgot
together.
the sheriff and
No, so
fire department,
fire,
public
police, fire,
I was trying to
public
be nice.
works, sheriff are all about $1.1 million plus the health insurance increase. So it's a little bit worse.
and increase in taxes.
So what the strategy that I would say is we may have to have a number that we advertise that's up here that we work down from.
Yeah,
We
that's
have to
the only
look
way.
at we have to look at cuts. We have to look at what we need to do to get through. I've already prepped department heads that we're going to have to dig out of the hole first before we start looking at new requests. So yeah. Now you can we advertise the rate. We have a public hearing. Council can always approve a lower rate, but we can't go up.
Right, but what I'm saying
So-
is on your timeline,
approving
April
no rate.
1st is when you're gonna give us the first bite at the apple and seeing your proposed plan. And you want us to adopt the tax rate 12 days later.
No way.
That's not gonna work.
Well, we just,
I mean-
I'm trying, so we can adjust and get you information sooner. The 12th is what it was felt by,
No, I'm fine, but I'm
Okay.
just saying realistically.
yeah, all right?
I think just my recommendation, you should give us the big hits that you know off top is gonna be considered and what that rate number would be, and then give us wiggle room to consider other things, because if you know off top, like you just sat there and said, oh, we got this, we got
Okay.
that, we got this, to cover this alone is this number.
Right.
I suggest that you add blah, blah, blah to that number, and here's what I'm recommending, and then give us that up front so we can start the conversation at your April meeting where we already know. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
we can, no, we're gonna be getting, I wanna get you that, because I knew in the fall that we were gonna be digging out of a hole.
Yeah.
I knew that.
Okay, Madam Mayor, so can you give us a list of all the items that we approve outside of the budget?
You want me to do it? or-
He wants me,
No,
she
no.
wants me to do it.
I was calling your name, to get you, so I can get
I think,
permission to speak.
I think from a procedural perspective, we need to have a motion on the floor.
Motion on the
so
floor
we
right
can
now
have-
for this
Yeah.
debate.
Is there a motion on the floor?
I don't know what to approve. I can't adopt this.
There still needs to be a motion, despite what your intentions are about voting for it.
Would council like to
I would like to
entertain a
make a-
motion?
Tentatively,
I'm sorry, what?
I'd like to make a motion to, tentatively approve the proposed city budget calendar.
That's a shaky word. We have to be a little more specific.
Just make a motion to approve it.
As a living document.
Then we can discuss and
You make
change.
the motion then, I don't know how to,
Okay, I'll make a motion for council to approve the proposed FY '23 City of Hopewell budget calendar.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded.
Now,
Discussion?
Yeah.
I do not see any lights. Roll call.
Counselor-
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I have to wait for Vice Mayor to get back.
Counselor Pelham had a request for information.
yes, I would make sure we get every thing that we approve outside the
What
realm of the
council has
budget.
approved
After
outside
Ju-
the-
From July 1st up until today, all those monies we approved, and then have a placeholder for the sheriff department's budget increase probably as well. And how many pennies of an increase for taxes would that create? Now, that's gonna be a terrible thing to do, to raise money based on a decision. We should've thought about that when we approved it.
What did
so-
you say? Say that again?
Huh?
I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
I say we should've thought about the tax increase when we approved all that money for
I
all
did.
those salaries.
I'm not
So there's a
arguing
motion,
about
there, council, I'd like to remind you, there is a motion on the floor, and we have to speak to the motion.
I am.
If you need more information, you can call a point of information or a point of order. Mrs. Bess, Vice Mayor had just stepped back in. Can you please restate the motion that's on the floor?
Yes. The motion is to approve the FY 2023 budget calendar as presented.
Okay. I see Counselor Randolph's hand, and then Counselor Gore.
My question is for the city manager. During this process, we've already had questions that are viable questions. When were you planning on starting the actual budget process with us in this calendar? I see budget work session on April 19th, but don't you think that we need more detail prior to that?
So what we were gonna do is we're gonna present it on the 1st, but we were gonna get you the additional, like, the healthcare increase, cause that's gotta come before.
Right.
That's leading up. The, getting what is the average value of a penny? And then what does that divide into? $1.1 million of salary increases. So if it's $140,000, you're looking at roughly 8 pennies.
Okay.
So,
And so you're gonna give us on the first, the proposed,
You'll have a proposed budget from me then, but you'll get
is that the soonest you can give it to us?
well, I'm gonna give you information sooner as far as what we're looking at on increases, what those increases are, big ticket items.
Okay, then that is not on the calendar.
Now, that would just be emails, it wouldn't be a meeting, we just give you data, preparing you for what's coming up.
Well, I think that's our concern, is we need to know what kind of data you're gonna provide to us sooner than April first, since I think we all agree that that's gonna be tough for us to understand and get to a point on the 12th that we need to be
So-
able to set the tax rate.
What council has asked
Yes, sir.
is you wanna know not only on the first what my budget recommendation is, but what the total request of all the departments were. You wanted to know what that was.
Well-
So we'll have a number in advance of the meeting on the first. This is what this is what the total amount of departmental requests are. This is the increases of salary that were approved. This is the health insurance increase. Those two are the biggest items that we're gonna have to wrestle with. Dealing with getting out of the hole and dealing with the health insurance increase.
Okay, well,
And then at that point in time, I'm not even looking at, if we can get out of those holes,
Right.
what the departments look, then we start talking about
we
that.
will get the budget increases from what Ms. Pelham has asked for, the biggest ones. You're gonna give us what the 13% additional increase in health insurance is gonna add to us. And you are telling us that you've already told your staff that they are not getting any increases, so we can actually look at the budget that we approved from last year.
And I've
Right.
already forewarned department heads in a meeting.
Okay, so we can
We
look at
have
what
to
they
dig out
got,
of the hole first.
we can look at what they got approved last year. And then outside funding is the only thing that we've got to look at to potentially cut back on. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
So you've
so
got
if you
schools
provide us,
requests.
okay?
Yeah.
If you could provide us with last year's budget again, we might be able to use that as a starting point. Would that work?
I'm not gonna lie, I heard part of it because they were complaining about the heater being on, so I had to cut it off, but, because they were burning up, I had them baking over here. So what time frame did you want them to give us that information?
I'm
You said April
asking for
1st?
him to give it to us before, I'm asking the city manager what he can provide to us before April 1st. And if we look at last year's budget, because he said that his departments are already not going to get a raise at this point, and we start from their budgets of last year that we approved, which will not give them any increase for this year, and then we look at the outside budget costs to outside agencies and look at taking that down instead of keeping it the same if we can, because we really did not have a lot of input on outside agencies last year.
I
So
wrote
it
that
backed
down.
up to where it was.
All right, I agree with you.
Okay, so if we take those two pieces, which are to me, the biggest parts of the total budget, besides what Ms. Pelham just asked for, which are the total increases we have to know.
Yeah.
We can counter that with outside or with a tax increase.
But it has to be clear that when you say last year's budget, it literally is to the penny, last year's budget. Anything past that penny, we need to be told
We would
why.
only be looking at
Right.
as early as possible, maybe the next meeting, to have the budget from last year given back to us as an immediate starting point for us to look
Oh,
at.
the baseline budget.
That's correct.
So then anybody who wants anything past that exact number, they'll be included in the future presentations. Is that what you're trying to say?
For the departments. On the
Yeah.
other side, we can start looking
Those high
immediately
dollar.
on what the outside was that we funded and taking that back.
Yeah, and the high dollar.
That's correct.
Okay.
So all three of those by at least 2 weeks to 3 weeks earlier than what is on this list.
I don't know, I'm fine with that personally, but I don't know if that's realistic for him to produce, because if I'm looking at this correctly, March 4th is when they're supposed to put it into Munis, so that means that
Well,
without.
just as we have done a budget request of everyone that was in Excel. Because you
Oh.
have to, Munis only allows us to keep 3 years.
At a time
So we
open,
gotta
okay.
close 1 year out.
You don't have to say no more, if you have it, then fine.
Yeah, we started the budget process and had that done by the end of the calendar year.
Okay, so the only thing I would add to that for the conversation, I think, Councilor Randolph, you touched on all of my little notes I had on my own paper. The only difference that I have is for, I've been consistently asking for this. I still would like to see what the original department requests are.
Well, that's,
But
yeah.
before you give us the recommended, the manager or finance director's,
What I wanted,
Bless you.
what I intended to do was provide a column that showed original department request and what my
Yes,
recommendation.
that's all I care.
But you wouldn't get that with this.
No, that's fine,
Yeah.
as long as
No,
that's
no.
accomplished.
You're okay with getting that a little bit
Yeah.
later than the other stuff? I'm trying to get us somewhere quickly.
No, I'm on the same page as
Okay.
you. I'm just saying my notes for overall. That was the
Yeah.
only thing besides what you shared that's different from mine.
So is that doable for you?
Doable when, so you talked about 2 or 3, you know.
Yeah.
So if we're looking backwards of April 1
How about March 4th?
next week, how about the following week?
Okay, I'll take the following week. Is that okay?
The week of,
I'm sorry, hold on.
Not March 4th, but the following week.
the week of the 7th.
7th, he can get it to us. Is everybody okay with that?
We have a work session on the ARC funds on the 8th, don't we?
Yes.
Are y'all
Well,
can
the-
handle all that at the same time?
The week of, I said the week of the 7th.
What's the last day in the week?
It's the 11th.
Okay, how about the 10th?
Sure.
Okay. More finite, all right? Okay, so to get us everything we've asked for so far on the 10th, then we have to start looking at it to be prepared for the meeting on the
First.
The 1st.
Okay,
Yep.
You'll deal with the health insurance renewal on the 22nd.
okay.
So, like I said, I have a meeting with them Friday. So we got the renewal
And you-
literally.
You're gonna be
last-
able to, on the 10th, give us what Ms. Pelham's asked for as well?
Whatever, yeah.
Okay,
We've
just wanna make
tracked-
sure.
We've
Okay.
tracked, you know, because that's going to budget amendments.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the only way to go, because if we wait till April 1st, we're not gonna have a tax rate.
And what we're gonna do is probably advertise a rate much higher than, you know, what would be needed if you want wiggle room to add anything.
Right?
Because you can come down, you can't go past.
Yeah, but you don't wanna do like, bless you, $1 million, right? And people fall out when they
No,
see
we-
the high
and
number. So
so
you wanna go
it's-
higher, but you wanna go reasonably higher to where it's not like the
Right, so.
rumor
if-
mill
if-
starts running around and.
Just as the example, at $1.1 billion in salary increases, if a penny's worth $140,000, it's 7.8, so you're looking at an 8% tax rate increase. So we could advertise.
8% or 8 cents?
8 cents.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure.
We could advertise
So it goes
12,
from 111 to 119.
right, we can say advertise 12, and then bring it down, that's just a number we're
Right, no, I agree with
Yeah.
you, but I'm saying, start
We
at
don't-
like the 12, but not like the 15, right?
Yeah,
Just because we
right.
can bring it down, you don't wanna start at the freaking top, because people
Right.
literally will fall
Oh, no,
out
they'll
if they
have-
see that number.
Yep.
So, start at a
And-
high number, but not,
Too high.
yeah.
Gotcha. And then it'll be helpful to know what the school's request is, because that's gonna factor into,
And ask them in writing. Ask them in writing and tell them when you need it. So in the event, if it happens that they cannot produce it, you have documentation that we've asked for you to ask it and they failed to produce, so that helps us when we talk. I would make sure it's in writing and say, council has asked for me to da-da-da-da.
and if we continue forward with the joint meeting on the 2nd, that will be before the deadline.
Yeah.
Well, if they got 2 million more than they needed, and we need $1 million, I know where I'm at.
And there's some legislation, in General Assembly about.
So there's a
resource
motion on the floor.
Yes.
I motion.
Roll call.
Counselor Pelham,
No.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
What was the motion?
the
To approve the
motion.
calendar.
Approve the FY '23 budget calendar.
I'll say yes, but I'd like to make another motion after that. Madam Mayor.
Would you like to make a substitute motion?
No, I can vote yes for this.
Motion passes 6-1.
Counselor Gore?
I would like for the budget calendar to have the additional information that we agreed upon. And I'll ask Counselor Randolph to state those terms, please.
Okay, so what we're doing, I need to use your notes, because I didn't write I did write it down. On March 22nd, we're, so we're gonna ask for the changes to come in on March 8th, or the week, the 10th, sorry, you said I said the 8th first, and then we said 10th. But the data that Mrs. Pelham and I asked for is gonna come to us no later than the 10th of April,
March.
of March.
We can do April if you choose.
No,
March is the
sorry,
10th.
that's the whole point.
And that's all the funding that we have.
Total budget requests from last year, the amounts for Ms. Pelham's request
And the health
for,
insurance.
and the health insurance, 13% increase of how much that would be.
So I want to just say this, when you guys are making a motion, you don't say what the counselor is, you just say who the counselor's request is. Just go ahead and state the motion, take the names out, it's a motion. Whether the counselor say yes or no.
I wasn't planning on making one, so.
All right,
Counselor
well,
Ford,
I mean, you guys, here,
Okay.
I'm just gonna say this, council, I need you guys to be aware. When you guys are just talking and asking things of staff and our appointees, you have to remember that you need to really think about what you're asking and not just shoot off at the mouth. Because if you don't remember what you're gonna ask, what you're asking, then what's the point in even talking? So I'm gonna ask again, if you have a motion, state the motion, leave names out, and let's not play this game tonight.
I don't know who that was directed towards,
Oh,
but
I do.
Mr. Altman, can you read your notes, please? Because I want to make sure you understand the intent for a motion.
So as I understand it, the motion would be to add to the
Proposed
adopted, because we've approved it, FY 23 budget calendar, a March 10 date that says that staff will provide the funding that was approved in the FY 22 budget year outside of the approved budget, so anything from July 1st on. What the 13.2% health insurance increase equates to from a dollar perspective, and the FY 22 budget as a baseline. So my question there is, are you looking for us to reprint the FY 22 line item budget, or are you just looking for what
Line
the
item.
budget baseline was, what that
Line
total
item.
budget was?
Line item.
Then could I just say y'all got a budget? You got one at home in a binder.
That's fine, and
So-
print it out for whoever needs another one, but for the motion, March 10th staff provide, the FY 2020 to now outside of the budget appropriations, and then the 13% for health insurance increase and a fiscal number, like an actual number, and to supply members of council with the prior year's line item budget if they do not have a copy. And for council to get this by March 10th, where I said at the beginning, yeah. And for city manager to contact the schools in writing to request their budget requests.
Is that clear, Ms. Best?
No.
It wasn't clear at all?
No, that was a lot. I can get that in the recording, but, I mean, she spoke clearly, but that was just a lot to gather. And it was a little back and forth, so I'm not sure where we're at. I apologize.
Just the points down that we're asking for health insurance in number outside budget appropriations from the adopted budget of this current year. Line item budget if we do not have one in our possession. And for the manager to contact the schools for a heads up on their big ticket requests. And all of that to be provided to us by March 10th. If I'm understanding this correctly.
Okay,
You got it?
I think so.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Counselor Gore, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. Roll call?
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes, ma'am.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton. Motion passes 7-0.
Work session.
Thank you. Moving on to our work session.
All right, good evening, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council. It's a pleasure to be before you this evening. We've got some information on the Hopewell City Marina we'd like to discuss and share some thoughts moving forward. Some of this will be a little repetitive to our previous discussion about current conditions. We'll try to move through that information quickly and then spend some time on new concepts and do our best to answer your questions and comments guiding us forward as we plan for the future of the marina. That's just a quick overview. I won't read that to you word for word. That's just an agenda for what we need to touch on. Again, pointing out the existing conditions at the marina. LDOC is the worst by far. I think some of you may have been by to see it. You can see it coming across the bridge. LDOC is closest to the boat ramp, so the most western boat shed. The roof on that boat shed has completely failed. There are thousands of holes in the roof. That white roofing material is no longer produced, and now we're starting to see significant failure with the roofing structure. So keep in mind that these are wooden structures on water. They've been there for 50-plus years, I think 60-plus years in some instances. They have a finite lifespan, and they are at the end of it. We've recognized that, and we know that if anything comes out of this, we know we have to do something. It may not be moving forward with the plan you see before you, but we know we're going to have to do something to address the concerns that exist currently at the marina. This is just a little bit more of an image to help paint the picture of the current conditions. That is of the roof failure. This is of some of the structural failure going on. That is a major beam that supports the roof deck that's failed. We replaced that at the cost of, I think, roughly $9,000. All of this is over water. So to have anyone come in and fix any of it, it is more expensive than, say, if you were doing the same repair on a home or a building over flat land where it's a little easier to access. This is probably the most concerning issue on LDOC. I know the image quality is a little tough because it's under the covered shed. The lighting is challenging to get good pictures, and of course the location. We didn't want to go swimming to get the pictures, but you can see where the bottom of the pilings have significantly degraded in that kind of transition zone where part of the day they're underwater, the rest of the day they're out of the water at low tide. And that's actually one that's been braced, and that you can see in that image the brace has also failed. MDOC, similar conditions. The roof has already been removed in MDOC. That was part of the 2013 renovation due to similar issues that we're now experiencing in LDOC. But the MDOC decking, as you can see, is aged. The pilings are all extremely weathered. Most of them are loose in their seating in the riverbed, and the voids in the pilings are large enough that you can see the growth. That's typically not a good thing for your pilings. NDOC is in the best shape of all of them. We just finished storm-related damage repairs where a portion of the roofing was completely removed due to high winds. The more significant concerns you'll see in the next image That's an image of the roofing panels missing. Those have been repaired. That was just over $20,000, but was an insurance claim. So the city didn't pay that directly. But then you see that next image there, the support pilings and the roof supports are no longer in alignment, meaning that entire structure has shifted. That is great cause for concern. That's visible in LDOC as well. So we have a host of issues. All of these, again, are extremely old. They are very difficult to repair. The cost of repair is significant. We've spent tens of thousands of dollars in operating funds repairing these recurring issues. Just 2 weeks ago, we had to fix 2 finger piers. Those are little offshoots that come off the main docks. 2 of them it was $7,000 just to replace the decking and the joists underneath because they had failed. We have a hard time finding contractors in this area. You know, if we were in the Hampton Roads area, it'd be a little easier. It is difficult to find local contractors that have the equipment to work over water and that are willing to get up on top of the structure to deal with roofing issues or structural issues. That has been an ongoing issue. So the age, as mentioned, major concern. They are at the end of their lifespan. The cost of repairs, routine maintenance, and then dredging, that becomes very expensive. We dredged in 2013. We are already at a point where we need to dredge several slips and then the canal near the boat ramp as well. And then the management of slip rentals has been difficult for the city in the past. In 2013, that's when we explored the option of leasing the marina to a private entity to essentially run the day-to-day operations, and that includes the rental management. That has gone well for the most part, no major issues there, but it is something that the city struggles to manage itself without bringing in a third-party entity. The strengths we have are other site amenities. The kayak launch is very popular. Obviously, many people use that. The boat ramp is probably one of the most important recreational amenities to our community. It is our true public access point for the boating community here in Hopewell. Our location close to the confluence of both rivers and the access to the James and then even further up the Appomattox. And then we have several opportunities that have kind of come together to create a key center point at the marina that connects the Riverside Greenway, the Riverwalk, the Wren property that may become available for public use and environmental conservation at some point in the future, and then even further to the Weston Manor Historic Hopewell Foundation properties, and then even further onto the bluff. So this is kind of the central focal point of our waterfront. And for that, it needs some special attention to make sure we're doing the right thing as we move forward in the future. Paths forward. There are really 3 main paths we can go forward. We could look at potentially demolishing what's there and then pursuing rebuilding it as it exists today. That is going to come with an incredibly high price tag that we would essentially have to bear internally. And I think it's important to stress that if we build back in the same footprint we currently have, that's 44 boat slips. So we are accommodating 44 customers and making significant multi-million-dollar investment to serve 44 customers with boat slips. We could look at, and we've done this in the past without much success, but we could look at selling the marina. I think we need to pay close attention to maintaining the boat ramp access as a public access point if we choose to go this route. But we could sell the marina so it could be operated as a marina, but by a private entity and not a quasi or a completely public operation, because as stated, it is very difficult for the city or any municipal government of our size to be involved in marina operations, specifically slip rentals. And then the third option, and the option that we would recommend moving forward, is to redevelop our waterfront into more of a public space that is centered totally on public access to the waterfront. We would get the city out of the marina or the slip rental management business, essentially, and create really a public gathering space, a space where you don't necessarily have to be a boater to come enjoy. If you just want to be a fan of the river, if you want to go birding, if you want to just walk for pleasure, play, take your kids to the waterfront, there would be something there for everyone. And that's kind of how we landed on this concept that we'll share with you. And this is very much a concept. It is not a final plan. It is not a final design. We do not have final numbers on what it would cost to pursue something similar to this or this exact drawing. So it is just a concept to get you thinking about options as we move forward, and what our path forward will be. The Waterfront for All concept is what we worked with the Timmons Group to help come up with this, this concept drawing. And as you can see, the really kind of key focal points here is where the boat slips are now. We would bring back some transient slips, transient courtesy, day slips, things like that. These are not slips that would be rented for long-term rentals. They would essentially just be available for day use or weekend use for someone traveling out of the area who wanted to come visit Hopewell and needed somewhere to tie their boat up for the day or maybe for a 24-hour period, something along those lines. And there is funding available for transient slips. We hope to pursue some of that funding to help with this project. Then a really key focal point is in the middle there, the shark fin or the wave, as we call it. That would basically be a public event space, public gathering space that could be used
What number is that?
That would be number 1, I believe.
Okay.
And it may be, which one? I know it's difficult to see on the screen that we've got the foam boards. We can,
Number 1 is the covered space, and number 2 is the deck flex space.
right, so a couple different options there. That space can really be used for multiple things. Outdoor concerts, vendor events, fishing tournaments, the weigh-ins. Some of you may already know this, but the fishing tournaments at the marina have just gone through the roof. It is uncommon for there to be a spring or fall weekend where there isn't a fishing tournament. Some are smaller, some are very large. It is our hope to attract more large tournaments. That, of course, brings with it economic impact that we would love to see here in the city. And this would provide a wonderful space for those weigh-ins or the kind of the tournament breakout meetings in the mornings, things like that. We really don't have a good space for that currently, and we know some of the bigger tournaments have been kind of off-put by not having the available space, and they choose a neighboring location like Osborne Boat Landing, where they have big open space, they have pavilions, they have things that they can use right next to the boat ramp facilities. And then the kind of funny little T that goes off at an angle, that's a water sports platform. So that's where an outfitter could potentially come in and offer rental paddle boards, rental kayaks, things of that nature, and be right there on the riverfront. We would still maintain the existing kayak launch. That wouldn't change. That would be there for the community to use. But this would just be focused on slightly different water sports and then an expanded water sports offering. You'll also notice significant pedestrian infrastructure addition, so sidewalk, and of course the Riverwalk comes right into this and ties into this whole thing. So this is would be the most spectacular trailhead for the Riverwalk we could ever imagine. But it ties into a system of sidewalks that run along Riverside Avenue, connect over to the public fishing area on the Riverside Harbor Park side, and then a couple other key features. What you'll notice up on the hill to the west of the screen is a new play space. Some of you remember when there was a play space there previously. So we did have a playground there, and due to the age of the equipment, that was removed. We had the existing overlook pavilion. We would add kind of a public art space on that point that overlooks the river. It would really be an awesome site. We've labeled that the Good Ship Hopewell Monument in the concept. That doesn't mean that's exactly what's going to happen there. That would have its own process of design, artist selection. We'd have to pursue funding for that. So that is very much conceptual, but given the site, it would be the ideal place to do something like that. And then, of course, better parking improvements on the upper hill and down by the kayak launch, and then an expanded and improved public fishing area. I believe that's number 26, if you can see that. It would improve that bulkhead. That bulkhead is in really bad shape. We would fix that up and kind of expand the fishing opportunity there on the western side of the property. So that is the kind of concept overview in a nutshell. Again, I want to stress that this is not a final plan. This is not a plan that we even have a formal budget for. We will have a budget, a rough estimate of what it would cost us to pursue this in the coming days. We hope to bring that back to you on March 8th. And we're going to pursue a number of funding opportunities to where the city would not bear the full cost of moving forward with this plan. We have some really promising opportunities, and I'll get into those details now, I believe. Okay, so we went over our key features. And other smaller things. One thing I didn't mention, the boat ramp right now is a little bit cramped when you're in that northernmost boat ramp. We would improve that access. We would dress up the parking area a little bit so it's not just a mass of asphalt. We'd add some landscape features and things, not to impede boaters, but strategically designed to improve the aesthetics. So the big and key funding opportunity that we're pursuing or would like to pursue is the Land and Water Conservation Fund. That round has just been opened. We're working with our partners at Sustainable Strategies to pull together our grant application. Based on this concept, we have a very strong chance of receiving funding. In the preliminary scoring breakdown, we score in almost every category that they feature as kind of how they select what projects move forward in the funding process. There are additional funding opportunities out there. Boating infrastructure grant, that's the one that would pay for transient slips. That one is not open at the current moment, but in future years we'll be able to pursue that. Those transient slips could easily be added as a secondary phase if they couldn't be accomplished in this first go. Public art funding, there are several opportunities that Sustainable Strategies has made us aware of that we could pursue to help support a monument or a public art piece kind of overlooking the marina. Of course, we have our local philanthropic organizations, John Randolph Foundation, Cameron Foundation. Cameron Foundation just provided a huge $1 million grant to FOLAR for expansion of trails in Petersburg for their western VSU trailhead. So there's certainly some opportunity there. We've talked with the Cameron Foundation about a variety of things at the marina and related to the H and the Riverwalk, and there's definitely some interest, but we've got to get back in front of them. There's environmental conservation funds and, of course, American Rescue Plan funds that can be applied to this potential concept or idea moving forward. Land and Water Conservation Fund does come with some strings attached. Again, that's probably our most likely avenue for gaining significant funding for this project. They will match up to $2 million, meaning, of course, we would have to earmark $2 million, but they would match $2 million for a total project budget of $4 million. I'm not saying that's what we're pursuing or that's what this will cost. That's just a maximum grant award offered through Land and Water Conservation Fund. And I only mention that to demonstrate that this is a very serious grant. This is not a $10,000 grant. This is a big grant, very complex grant, and one that is going to take lots of effort to pursue. March 8th, we'll come back to you and ask for your endorsement of this plan unless we hear significant objection tonight. We'll also ask for your approval authorization to proceed with Land and Water Conservation funding. At that meeting, when of course we'll be able to share more exact funding details, what we're pursuing, how we plan to match those funds, and what we plan to move forward with in more specific detail. If we were to receive those funds, there is a conservation easement that comes with it. So essentially this property that's impacted by the funding would be conserved in perpetuity for recreational purposes and public access. So we would not be able to come back later. Well, you can, but typically once you do this, you would not be able to come back and then add any commercial development or something of that nature. So when we commit to a design like this, similar to this, or something rooted in public recreation or conservation, there's going to be an easement attached to it. So that you should consider that when we make this decision moving forward. Goals. The key goals here, obviously, improve access to outdoor recreation, improve access to the river for the community as a whole, not just the boating community, not just those who have boats who want to rent boat slips. This is a space that everyone could come to. The accessibility in terms of ADA standards would be improved dramatically. We've unfortunately received several customer concerns from those who enjoy boating but have a physical limitation or a mobility limitation. And our marina, due to its age and just, back then, that wasn't something that was considered in design. We're not accessible at all. The one good thing we have going is the kayak launch. Of course, that was added in 2013. That is accessible. That has an accessible kayak launch, which you don't find everywhere around here. So that is a nice amenity that we've added. But really, the boat ramps, the floating docks, the fixed docks, the fishing area, none of that is technically accessible by today's ADA standards. So all of that, of course, would be addressed in this plan. Again, improving that access to all for the waterfront and that concept. We do feel that if we were to move forward with a project like this, it would result in future economic impact, whether that be essentially through sports tourism like fishing tournaments or other river-related recreation activities that draw people from out of town. Of course, other development near this could certainly be sparked by a project of this nature. And again, this is kind of the pivotal connection between the Riverwalk, this Riverside Stormwater Greenway, this section of the Appomattox River Trail that you all endorse that's being pursued by Friends of the Lower Appomattox River. And then, of course, the Wren, Historic Hopewell, and potentially the Bluffs properties, whatever development takes place there. All of those sites become interconnected at our waterfront, and that would really be an amazing thing to see. So that's what we're pursuing. Those are the key goals. That's what we hope to accomplish. Next steps at our March 8th meeting, we will be back to ask you to adopt this concept and allow us to move forward with planning, pursuing funding with this as kind of a shared, understood goal between all parties. We'll ask for your authorization to seek the Land and Water Conservation Fund grant through the formal application process. We plan to host a public information session to allow the boating community, the community as a whole, to come share their thoughts on this concept idea. Of course, pending kind of what your thoughts and feelings are after tonight's meeting. So we'll get that public input. That'll be included in our grant application, the good and the bad that we receive. We know the community, the whole community will not support this. I'm sure we have members of the boating community that would like to see this remain as a rentable boat slip traditional marina. I'm sure we have members of the community that would like to see something new and different and that offers a little better visual when you drive into Hopewell on the Route 10 bridge. So we're expecting feedback both directions. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. We'll start advertising that meeting soon, so our citizenry can come out and share their thoughts. We'll also provide an opportunity for them to share thoughts not in person, so that those can be documented as well if anybody's not comfortable coming in person. At some point, we'll have to come back and ask for an appropriation of matching funding, depending on what we're pursuing. There is an opportunity to use rescue plan funds as matching funds for this grant opportunity. There are some steps to that. We know what those are. We know how to convey those to the city manager and the finance director to make sure we go through the proper steps to be able to use rescue plan funding if you all feel so inclined to do that moving forward. And then once we're at that step, of course, we can move forward with preliminary funding, preliminary planning, engineering, and start the formal design process of taking this idea and turning it into an actual set of plans where we can then move forward with building this. So the steps are pretty clear. Again, it will be a daunting process. It's going to be a very complex project if we move forward with it as shown. But we're certainly up to the challenge if we have the support and we all agree that this is a direction we want to go. If not, we can kind of reposition and look at one of the other two options of rebuilding a marina or potentially selling the property to a private entity to operate as a marina for the foreseeable future. So with that, that's all we've got. I am here to answer any questions you have. Of course, Mr. Anderson, our city engineer, has been assisting with this project. Mr. Altman's been involved in kind of the discussion up to this point. We're happy to answer any questions you have, and we'll try to do our best to give you as much information as you need.
Councilor Bourne?
Just so I'm tracking, this wasn't discussed previously with council, correct?
This concept drawing, no. We did share the concerns with the marina, and I wanted to convey that we have to do something. If we decide that, hey, this is a terrible idea, we don't want to do this, that's fine. But I'll be back March 8th or very soon after saying, I need X amount of dollars
Right.
so we can demolish at
That's
least
fine.
2 of the 3 boat slips.
That's fine, but what I'm saying, this whole concept, this Timmons group, all this stuff, this is the first I've seen any mention
Correct.
of this.
Right, that's why we did it
And
as a work
so,
session
but there,
tonight.
there's an ask to have us have support and to have something on the 8th, which is a week from now, which is, to me, I like where you're going, but I can't support this right now with a week's notice, and we had no clue this was even happening.
Right, so it's a fast turnaround. Part of that is because land and water conservation funding, the grant application deadline is the 15th of March. It's quick. We didn't learn about it until the beginning of February, so we've,
But you did all that work with the Timmons group at the beginning of February to get this. But
We did less than a
there was
week.
still no message to council that this was even happening.
So the point of this evening was just to get reaction from council to see if this was something you were interested in. And if it is, we don't have to go to this round of funding cycle. We just know that if this is an option that council's interested in pursuing, we then can make our adjustments, because we will have to have a discussion if this is the long term, if this is something.
But there's like a lot of decision-making here.
So we've got interim steps, right?
Right.
So let's say this is something that the majority of council thinks is a good idea, but not on the 8th. So no land and water conservation fund application this go around. That's fine. We've got interim steps that we would need to take, so we still have to make a decision on LDOT with regard to the roof. That, you know, and I think Mrs. Pelham was on council when we dealt with MDOC. And the decision was made that instead of trying to replace the roof, because it was difficult to get people to do it, we just took the roof off. So that's how MDOC has the cover slips. That could be a step. We could take the roof off of LDOC, or we can try to fix it all. Overall, Mrs. Pelham.
Mr. Altman, all I'm trying to say is this is just really fast.
Oh,
And
I
you
know.
want us to,
We understand that.
So, and I'm not objecting to it. I like their creativity. I just don't know enough to even say yes or no. And then you said public comment with citizens. I don't even know what to say to, I don't even know what to say to them if they ask me questions. And then like the other thing is, I do have a concern because I know for at least a year when Ms. Robinson was here, we kept asking for the RFP for the marina to be distributed again because of the concerns about the existing contract. And that was in her city attorney briefings every single month.
Which is different than this.
But this is still done with the marina and how it's gonna be. So.
Yeah, and this would obviously change that contractual agreement significant. It would eliminate a major part of that. That
Right.
would no longer be required.
But, correct, but my point is, we've been asking for an RFP, and every time I recall the answer that we receive is, it's coming. So is it coming or not? Because if you're going with this, then it's not coming.
Well, so here's the difficulty with the current contract and why it's been extended to continue with the same
Well,
operator.
it wasn't extended recently since we last talked about it, was it? Because it
Right,
wasn't
so-
brought back to us. Is this the same one that we last was told about?
I'm not sure when that was.
When Ms. Robinson, I'm saying, was it extended within the last 2 years that without coming to council?
I believe it was. Yes, I'll check our extension records, but I believe it was. I can't tell you exactly one off the top of my head, but we've got the extension agreements on that. Part of the problem with this, and we put, so the RFP went back out in 2020. It was advertised, we conducted interviews, we interviewed 2 parties that were interested in operating. That all took place. The issue is the language, the pricing, all of that with the current condition of the slips. The party that was selected, the clear front runner who was most qualified to move forward with the contract, had concerns because they're facing daily concerns from slip renters, people vacating slips because of the existing condition of the roof, and we've kind of been in limbo for 2 years.
Yeah.
It's been in the capital budget to remove the roof or address this, address that. The funding's not been there.
So can I pause you right here? Thank you
Yeah.
for that.
Yes.
Does council know about that? You knew about that, the RFP and the vendors? Y'all knew about that?
I mean, not that part,
know
but
Yeah, I
I
didn't know
know
about
about
the
what he's
RFP.
talking about with
I don't remember that.
the cap improvements.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Because I remember just last year we were asking for the RFP information to go out. I don't recall it being, this is not to you, I don't recall it being told that information because we could have had this conversation last year. So, thanks for bringing us up to speed. But,
Sorry it came out like this. But we did move forward that project, or excuse me, that RFP was put out. It was advertised similarly to what it was in the past, but updated in sections that we knew that were no longer applicable, because it was kind of a weird process. In 2013, it was our first go at that, and this predates myself, and I believe Mr. Altman was here, was not here.
Oh, yeah, when we did the whole redesign of the marina process to fund it, to fix everything. And that was, Mrs. Pelham, that was a total of about $12 million, I think, to do it. It was at the time we were talking about, I think we were just talking about the police station at the time. And the bond was gonna go out, and then a decision was made not to bond any money for the marina, and then that was reduced. And then we had Mr. Enoch come in with the PPEA. That was done, which basically fixed things in a temporary fashion, but didn't solve any problems.
that was like 16, 17.
No, before,
No.
well, before.
13, 14, that was my first year in
'Cause I
council,
left
that's
in
right.
13, and we were
That was
going
13,
down that
14.
road at that point in
Yeah.
time.
Right.
So with this, how often is the application open for this particular fund that you're trying to apply for?
I know if we're not selected in this round, we can be moved into a winter later in the year, a winter round of funding, but I'm not sure that that's open for new applications at that point. I'll have to research that to give you a definitive answer, but it typically, like mini grants, it's offered on an annual basis if the funding that supports it is made available. So it's not available every year. It's not every year that you can apply for land and water conservation funding.
Okay.
So it is very quick, but time is of the essence. With LDOC, I have real concerns with liability. We're very close to telling all the slip renters they need to move out for safety. So that is a driver of the urgency with some of this. Again, it doesn't mean we have to move forward with this plan, but as Mr. Altman stated, we're going to have to make a decision quickly on what to do and how to fund something to mitigate liability with MDOC and LDOC and MDOC.
Okay, I'm done. You just gave us a lot of information to digest. I'd like to reach out to you because the pictures that you have on here are not in the packets, like all those dots, I don't even know what that is because I can't.
Can you give us a
We don't
sheet
have
of
those,
paper?
we don't have that information.
Sure, absolutely. The labels, I'm sorry, the
Yeah.
title, I'm sorry, I omitted that, but I can send that to you.
Get a sheet.
And like the concept plan, this is a I'm not trying to make funny, please don't take offense. This is like a PowerPoint. Is there actual plan that we can?
No, this
so
is just a
no,
concept drawing. In the midst of a PowerPoint, it is showing you a concept drawing of what we can pursue as a concept. With
So
the
what would you
future
give to
development.
them is what I'm trying to figure out. Like what would your pitch be to them? This?
This would support it, but it's a lengthy application where we go into detail on what the key elements are.
All right, I'll just reach out to you offline, but please make sure council gets all of that because
Absolutely.
we have no clue what, besides you talking.
Yes.
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 I asked.
I have a question too.
I just wanted to, okay, I just wanted to ask a question. The concept plan, this is a concept plan, right? We have it here. And I just want to be sure because when the motion goes out, we need to, your next steps is to adopt the waterfront concept, and that's required prior to submitting an application to the LWCF grant.
And
Okay,
it's
is that what we're doing tonight?
We don't have to take action tonight.
Well,
Action
you know,
would be-
but you're saying that your application is due March 15th.
It is.
Okay?
It is.
So, and then, you know, I'm already here sitting thinking that
So
you want to be here till tomorrow. So my question to you is, I'm not sure, I just want to make sure that I know that this waterfront concept, and I really appreciate the time that you guys take to do this, because I am, you know, I'm an advocate, and I really appreciate the things you do. I just want to be sure what I'm going to be saying yes to tonight,
when we say adopting the waterfront concept, which is what we see here this today. And in order for you to apply for the application, this is required for council to adopt this plan. After you do that, you need to give us a public information session, which you're looking to, on March 7th?
7th. They would do the public information session on the 7th. The council meeting would be on the 8th.
Okay, that's different, okay. I just want to be clear before I, it is kind of late, so thank you
Yes.
for that. That just
I-
cleared everything up for
I
me.
feel you.
So, if I could, so we're not asking for approval tonight. We are presenting a concept to see what council's thoughts were. If council likes it but wants to slow it, then we can do that. If council doesn't like it, then we know we need to re-step and figure out what our steps forward are. That was tonight. It wasn't to get approval this evening. That was not the intention.
No, I'm not saying, I know what the intention
Yeah.
is. However, I'm just looking at the dynamics. I do have Counselor Pelham, Counselor Randolph, and then Vice Mayor Parton, because he's gonna do the motion.
So did she get from you, did you get from her that you're gonna send us a sheet of paper that identifies 1 through 20-something?
Yeah,
What that concept
if you
is?
want it in paper form, but I can email
No,
you
this
that.
email is fine.
Oh, yeah, email's fine.
Yeah.
For me it is. I mean,
No, fine for me. I don't like paper. so
And some of,
it's fine.
it's labeling, it shows the new features, it also
Right.
labels some of the existing things for those who
Right.
aren't familiar with Marina.
And is, okay, so, that's a lot. But the condition, I was gonna say also, regardless of what, if it's approved or not, we definitely, for liability purposes, need to do something with those docks that look like they about to fall in.
Yeah.
Somebody, you end up paying $1 million or somebody to fall on
Yeah,
somebody.
the time has come and gone for us to act on the two porous slips. We're gonna have to do something with that.
And how many potential slips are there? You say it's 44 active, but how many is that all we have available?
That's all we currently have available. If you go back in time, there was a time where in the cove area, there were boat slips there as well
Right.
that accommodated very small boats. The way that continues to silt in though, without maintenance dredging every 2 to 3 years, that's not realistic to bring back. There were also slips on the fishing side of the marina. Those were all torn out because of their condition back in 2013. Conceivably, could you add slips back there? Yes. You would end up removing the public fishing area in that process. That is a very popular public fishing area, so I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. I can't tell you how many more slips we could add, but if we wanted to make it a marina, there is potential that you could add more slips with the right permitting and approvals, of course.
So this concept here is not gonna be considered a marina after this? It'll be a
It's
park.
still a boat ramp,
Boat
so you
ramp
could
is
you could still label it a marina. I don't think you'd be out of line by calling it that, but it would be more of a riverfront park
Oh, okay.
with a boat ramp, kayak launch and everything else.
Thank you for a lot of work.
You're absolutely welcome.
Thank you.
Mhm.
My question for you is, you've shown tonight on the proposed potential, both the old marina site and the adjacent site. Are you
Correct.
looking for both of those? Or
Yes.
is it something that we could cut in half if we decided to do one but not the other?
We could, it's technically right now 2 separate parcels.
Right.
The left side and upper area is one, and then the lower area and around the cove and the whole marina itself is a separate parcel. We could do that, however, the play space up top and the added pedestrian infrastructure does add to the scoring of our grant application. If we take that away, we're gonna lose some scoring fields that would benefit the application, but I can't say with confidence that that would eliminate us from the running. So we could still be very successful if we just pursued the marina side and not the other side. But please understand, I can't say that either one of those with total confidence.
Okay. So-
But it is possible.
And the cost you're bringing next week to us would include both site
It would.
renewals?
It would be a full, what you see on the doc, essentially what it would cost us to do that.
Thank you.
Full scale. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Before you do the
go
motion,
ahead.
listen.
I don't think he said.
I'm
he's
gonna
not
talk to
doing a
you
motion.
one offline to get the real deal on this, but I'm not gonna try to stand in your way from a good opportunity. But in the event that something comes up, I don't feel comfortable, do not be surprised if I change my mind. So no one will say, well, she voted and now she don't want it. I'm putting full disclaimer out there. But, you know, the fact that you said you don't know if you can come back in the winter is a concern for me.
Right.
And there is a liability aspect, so I think if we could put as many, whatever the saying is, in the fire, what is it called? Shoes in the fire? Something in the
Irons in the fire.
Irons in the fire.
We'll put some irons
Then
in the
we
fire.
can, then we'll be in a better situation. So I'm gonna support this, like, conceptually.
And that's all we're asking for, and understood if, as things plan, I mean, we may get to a design phase where what you see changes dramatically, either due to a permitting reason or simply because of a cost reason, where we have to be a little more economical in how we pursue this. But nothing on that drawing is exceptionally expensive. Actually, that big wooden wave thing, if you will, technical term, wave thing, would be easier and more cost-effective to build than replacing the 44 slips that we have with a more modern floating system, which if we're gonna stick with slips, floating is the way to go. We believe that is more cost-effective to build than if we came in and rebuilt 44 floating slips. So that's part of the reason this is in a long-range, sustainable maintenance outlook. This is something we can deal with a whole lot easier and a whole lot more effectively than what we currently have.
I have one more question, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry.
Vice Mayor Parton had
Oh,
a
I'm sorry.
question, and then we can
Okay,
circle
thank
back
you.
to you. He doesn't have a motion.
No,
He
no
just
motion.
told
I'm
me.
just ready to just ask a question.
Oh.
I was just being polite, trying to lift everyone's spirits up.
I know, can I get some coffee?
Aaron and Austin, question for you. I think Ms. Pelham kind of hit on it with the boat slips. Over to, if you're looking at the actual conceptual map itself, over to the right of it by the bridge, would there be the ability there to put in some of those like floating dock slips to try to, we probably can't get 44 like to replace what we currently have, but could we, use it, I guess try to get as close to that 44 in that area as possible?
We certainly could look at anything conceptually. It's possible. We need to think of boater convenience. We need to think of parking. There's one important aspect that I think we should also consider. We do have several private marina. We have one in the city and others in the region. The city of Hopewell being in the marina business, whether we like it or not, we're effectively competing with that private business sector. I don't know if we want to be in competition with the private sector, or we want to say, hey, local marina, we want you to be the marina guys in town and be successful and run a successful business and fill up all your slips. I don't know if we as local government should be competing with them and offering this, I don't know that we're completely full because of the condition of our slips. I don't know that our neighboring marina upriver is completely full just because we kind of water down the market with availability, and then we have two marinas in Prince George, one on the Appomattox, one on the James. We would love for them to support the boating community that needs slips. There isn't a shortage in slips in the area that says, wow, we really need to meet a public need by offering boat slips. There's just not a lot saying, City of Hopewell, you need to be offering boat slips. We've done it traditionally because we inherited a marina full of boat slips. It was city-owned property. The lease to the yacht club was not extended. We inherited this. We never set out as the City of Hopewell to build or own or operate a marina. We inherited it, and we've, quite frankly, been struggling to manage it ever since then.
Well, I mean, one thing I think, in terms of, struggling to maintain it, I think a lot of it has to do with not treating the marina as an enterprise fund, kind of like what we do with stormwater and wastewater and trash, where it pays for itself. And I think, if we end up, having those boat slips there, and, with the rental fee of, launching your boats out there, I mean, I think that money should end up staying there in order to, maintain it, so that way we're not coming back into these same issues that we're having with these three docks.
Right, and just as a point of information to share, take it for what it's worth. Before the RFP was put back out last year, 18 months ago, we did kind of do a very quick cost analysis of potentially what the revenues from the boat slips and ramp and store are versus what it would cost us if we could truly manage the marina internally through the city and do it in-house and apply the appropriate resources for upkeep and staffing and managing slip rentals. The income that it brings in does not equal the expense of operating the marina without significantly raising the slip rental. So we could do that, and we could turn it into an enterprise fund, but we're gonna finish every year in the hole where the operation costs more than the revenue that it creates.
Right, I mean, you couldn't sustain it straight off of just creating it like an enterprise fund,
it
but
would
you would
offset.
you would keep those revenues that are being made off of there down there.
Right.
And
Invest them back
effectively,
into it.
using, less general revenue fund to, support the operation down there.
Correct. I just wanted to clarify, it is not as
Right,
many
yeah, I mean,
recreational elements are.
you
It's-
price
it's-
yourself out of the market, you just have
Yeah,
empty slips.
it's not a self-sufficient operation. Now, that, could we cross that horizon if you added more slips and expanded? Possibly, but then that comes with more operational expense, more
Right.
staffing hours. So I don't know that we're positioned, and when you look at the locally operated marina, or local government operated marinas, you kind of have to head down the river. I think our closest neighbor that runs a marina is James City County. Obviously, their revenue picture is a little different than ours. Their demographics are a little different than ours, and the size of their marina is significantly larger. And then, of course, as you get further into Hampton Roads, the municipal marinas there are significantly larger in terms of hundreds of slips, and much larger, and they can charge by the foot, and people pay pretty pennies because slips are at a shortage in that area based on the number of boat owners in the area. So we're just not in that same climate, this part of the river, in this area.
Okay.
We did a marina operations plan a long time ago, and the issue we always run into is keeping rent fees, slips fees low. That was always the emphasis of council, to make sure that we weren't charging a lot for slip fees, which pushes down what you can earn from a revenue perspective.
Yeah.
So, but we can get you, as the question about how many slips can you get on the western side. When we did the complete redesign of the marina back in 10 or 11, there was a plan done that showed floating docks on that side that we can, that's, you just pull that number off, and this is what you can look at to do that. But I think, tonight we just wanted to get kind of a reaction to what you thought of it. If it's too much of a reach, then, we'll dial back. And what we've got, we know we've got, and even if it's, you like it, we know there's gonna be some steps, and it may not be this next round of funding, but we've got some steps that we can take in the interim towards where we wanna go to address the immediate issues. So,
My question is, who runs the marina now? I don't know who got the last RFP.
Currently Fishtails 2 is still the operator of the
Okay.
marina. So that has not changed from previous. We do not have any issues with them as the operator. This is not based on operational issues with the current vendor. But this would simplify the process quite a bit. I know the marina contract has been in question for some while, and now we're in this weird limbo position. So we obviously would like to resolve that as quickly as we can.
And when is it up for revisit again?
Now that we've re-entered it, except it gets a little complicated because they won the RFP, but then they had concerns with the condition of the slips and what they were gonna pay. So we basically locked them into what they were currently paying until we could address some of the issues with the slips. And kind of while that was happening, the conditions with the slips have progressively gotten worse and worse and worse. So they're essentially locked into that highest step that they can pay at year 5 in their original contract. They're locked in at that until we can address some of these facility issues that we, the city, are essentially responsible for handling.
And so in year 5, there'll be another RFP going out if this concept is not.
The way the contract is written, we can essentially put it out for RFP anytime we choose to. But the original contract was written for an initial 5-year period, and then essentially the language says as long as both parties are in mutual agreement, it can be extended as many years after that as we'd like to. Now we're not in the market or ever had any interest in offering a long-term lease of say 10 years or 20 years. That is not the idea. So we would always, at least if I'm in this position, would bring it up for review at a maximum every 5 years.
Right.
But maybe sooner than that if we were having performance issues or something along those lines.
Let me ask a question. Is there any appetite to wrestle with this on the 8th? Or is it too fast? We need to go back and look and take our time.
I mean, I think still talk about it on the 8th, but I mean, I think.
I'm
yeah,
ready
but-
to move forward this evening.
That's what I'm
But I
talking
do
about.
have I do want to ask a question about the slips, because I see you guys were talking about the floating slips.
Mhm.
Those don't look like floating slips.
They are.
They are.
Those
They
those
are?
5 would be floating, and that water sports platform, the T off to the right, that's
Okay.
also floating.
And that was a conversation I think we had before, keeping it within the city or having, doing something different.
Mhm. Mhm.
I like the concept.
We would never recommend replacing fixed docks with fixed, because all that happens is when the
Yeah.
floodwaters rise.
I remember that conversation.
And
Everything
I don't, this
rises.
is a small detail, but something that Timmons recommended, and we liked it. It's hard to tell, but you can see that the main dock area is terraced. So the further out you go, the taller it gets. So if we do have, and actually the whole grassy area that connects the parking lot, that would all be elevated from where it currently is. So that fixed structure, much like the Riverwalk, would be built at a height where we would have to have essentially a 100-year storm for water to ever be on the deck of that platform. And you'll notice the little connector ramps that go down. That's a good way to tell what's floating and what's not. So if it's connected by a ramp, that's basically a gangway that goes up and down. That's what lets you know that's a floating system. The water sports is a floating system. And number 27 on the left side, that's just a courtesy dock for queuing up at the boat ramp. That's also a floating structure. So they would rise and fall with the tide.
I remember that conversation. So, March, you said, what did you say?
Is this something you want us to bring back on the 8th, or do you want us to slow down a little bit as we move forward?
I say bring it back on the 8th. I like it. Just add some boat slips, please.
And the 8th is a public hearing.
No. It would be.
That's what's giving me hard.
Yeah, no, so they're gonna have a public, yeah, they're gonna have
Yeah,
a public
it's their
comment
foundation.
session.
On the 7th.
It's
On the
basically,
7th.
it's a meeting where we're gonna share the same
No,
plan.
I thought you said public hearing, my
No,
bad.
not a
No,
formal
no.
public hearing, just a come
It would
see
be an
the,
R item on the agenda.
yeah, learn about it and ask any
Like
questions
the
you have.
VDOT
and-
projects and stuff.
No, not a formal public
But
hearing.
is that a meeting at your place or here?
We will likely do it here.
Okay.
We haven't confirmed it. We have both available. We'll likely do it here just to offer more space, TV screens. And we have basketball still at the community center, so that you've been in our meeting room, that noise from the gym carries
Yeah.
over and can make meetings like this a little
Very
difficult
hard,
sometimes. So
yeah.
this is a more conducive environment.
That doesn't bother me. I thought it was a public hearing.
Do- You like the basketball sound?
Huh?
You like the basketball sound?
Yeah.
Depends on which age group it is. Some are easier to meet next to than others. That's all we've got.
Thanks.
If any other questions pop up, feel free to reach out to myself, Austin, city manager. We'd be happy to answer any subsequent questions. And thank you for the time and the late hour.
But you got it done.
We got it in there. Remind me not to sign up for the 11:30 work session slot.
I forgot he was on the agenda, I ain't gonna lie. I was
We actually said Aaron's here, let him go last.
Yeah, that's.
And then
I
the-
figured
that's
no, I already
Right,
said.
get up, I was like,
Aaron,
what's
I
he
sent you my
doing?
text. I'm
So-
sorry, Aaron.
Yeah, I got an
This-
apology. Thank
This
you.
is Aaron's penance for spending last week in Disney World with his family. So this is,
Yeah.
Okay, this
welcome
is your
back,
welcome
Aaron.
back to
Thanks.
reality.
Thanks for the welcome back punishment. I appreciate it.
True magical place in this world.
Yeah, it was. It was
Nice
worth.
one.
It was worth the punishment.
That was
Worth the
good, well
punishment.
played.
We've got to go into closed session.
All right.
I
I move that we enter into a closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code
We're not
section.
doing Jasmine's?
Listen, I'm fine, we can go into closed session, I can wait.
Thank you, Jasmine.
In Section 2.2-3711A1 to discuss the terms of employment of a city council employee, city clerk, and appointments to various boards and commissions pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A3 to discuss the deposition of publicly held real property wherein discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the city, and pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6 to discuss the investment of public funds where competition or bargaining is involved and initial public discussion would adversely affect the city's financial interest.
Second. Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Denton. Roll call.
Counselor Pelham. Oh, she went back. Oh, okay, that's right. Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Are we going back with them or without them?
Back with Marge and Cynthia.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, picking up where we left off. Before I forget, Ms. Bess.
I just got my second win. Woo, let's go, guys. I can hear this thing going.
If y'all come out, I've got to run to the restroom in my office. I'll be right back. I got to run to the restroom in my office, so if y'all come out, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh, I bet it does.
I have that microphone going.
Hi, Miss. Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Today. And Mr. He's gone. He retired.
Hey, Molly? Yes. You know those two heaters you put in the office? I think they're still on.
I turned them off.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did.
We texted and I email.
I only ate 2 corn dogs for breakfast.
And that's been it?
Yeah. And a brownie I ate back there. I don't even like
I
brownies.
did stop at the Subway on 10 on the way in. So I got half of a BMT and the other half is just singing to me from the script. I'm starving to death.
What did you send us the burrito arcade? Did you really tell us that?
Let me get these mics on.
No,
No, I gotta get the mics on because we're talking of business, you and I. No, let me turn it off. We're gonna talk right here. Turn these on.